by 7:50.
Ooh, that'll be a restaurant.
Were they passing out? Okay, no, I'm good. I usually don't swag it up with these, regardless of the topic.
Y'all ready? All right. Good evening. I will now call to order our regularly scheduled Apex Town Council meeting for Tuesday, June 16, 2020. And I would like to welcome those who have joined us by live stream. And welcome back, Apex, to Apex Town Council meeting. What a big showing. Thank you for showing up tonight. A few things before we get started. If you want to follow along on our agenda, there are agendas out the door to my left, to your right, on the podium. Those of you who are following by live stream, you can go to apexnc.org and go to the Town Council page under the Agendas tab and follow along there. Before we move on with the business tonight, I do want to start with an invocation. I'm reading the statement. The town of Apex values and celebrates diversity and inclusion. We see diversity as a strength that binds our community together. Inviting members from different faith communities to deliver an invocation at the beginning of our council meeting supports this unity. Recognizing that not everyone practices the same traditions, we welcome you to have a private moment of silence during this time. So if you would want to join me in prayer, please bow your head. Father, we come to you tonight. We thank you for the assignment you have given us, the calling to do your business. Continue to unite this community, this town council who is leading the business and operations of this town. Bless our men and women in uniform, the police uniform, fire, all public service, Lord, as they continue to serve us in the best manner. There's a lot of pressure on our police officers right now. Continue to lift them up, and we support them 110%. May we also support those, Lord, who are here to move us forward in positive change for the best for our communities, that we continue to be an example for others. And Father, as we continue to move on, again, just bless this time tonight. Let us be in unity, and we give you honor and praise. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. All right, right now I want to do a moment of silence for anyone who just wants to take a time to just wind down and just relax and get to the business tonight. So I would like to lead us in that moment of silence. So thank you. Thank you very much. If you would, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Standing, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Just a quick reminder, if you plan to speak tonight during our public forum or public hearing, please come to my right and sign up on the appropriate sheets. I think we have a few slots left, if I'm not mistaken. And remember the public speaking rules that we have in place. I know we're packed here tonight. We have many speakers, but I'll ask you as a courtesy so we can move the business along. We have a healthy agenda tonight. Please refrain from clapping if you want to support your speaker and they make an excellent comment. We can do the universal this, or you can raise the roof. All right, whatever you want to do. So please follow that if you don't mind. Okay? We're going to start tonight with a presentation, and this is a proclamation for Parks and Recreation Month 2020. And I would like to ask our great Director of Parks and Recreation, the famous man himself, Mr. John Brown, if you could come up, please, sir. Legendary, yeah, legend. Stand up and read it. If you would just stand and face so they can see you. Thank you. Whereas Parks and Recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the town of Apex, North Carolina. And whereas our Parks and Recreation programs are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of a community and region. And whereas Parks and Recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally and physically disabled, and also improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. And whereas Parks and Recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas Parks and Recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. And whereas parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of the air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers to development, and produce habitat for wildlife. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month. And whereas the town of Apex recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Apex Town Council that July is recognized as Parks and Recreation Month in the town of Apex, and all citizens are hereby encouraged to join in. We are Parks and Recreation, July 2020, by participating and experiencing all our public parks and recreation services have to offer. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the town of Apex, North Carolina, to be affixed this, the 16th day of June 2020. Again, Parks and Recreation Month 2020. I just want to thank you for your amazing crew, your staff, and everything they do every day to make our parks the way it is today. So if you would join me in a round of applause to honor. The floor is yours if you want to say a few words.
Well, I'll say this. I've been here almost 35 years. Started a department, and I've been very blessed to have a very supportive community, very supportive elected officials, support just all the way across the community, and very blessed to have a great team of people to work. So I'm just really appreciate that, and just feel very blessed to be here. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Sir. Thank you. All right, we'll move on. We'll now move to our consent agenda. All consent agenda items are considered routine to be enacted by one motion with the adoption of the consent agenda and without discussion. If a council member requests discussion of an item, the item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. So are there any changes to the consent or any comments? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as printed?
I make a motion, we approve.
All right, motion set by
Councilmember Stallings.
Councilmember Stallings.
Second, Dozier.
Second, Mayor Pro Tem Dozier. Discussion. All right, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no? All right, that passes unanimously. Okay. We're now moved to setting the meeting agenda. And I know there is an add-on tonight under closed session. Is that the only thing we have for add-ons?
That's the only add-on I'm aware of, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, and that add-on would be possible motion to go into closed session pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A3 to preserve attorney-client privilege and pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A1 to prevent the disclosure of information that is privileged or confidential pursuant to NCGS 143-318.10 E. Edward and pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11 A. Adam 5 to establish and instruct town staff regarding the town's negotiating position with respect to real property. So we'll add that on. Is there a motion to?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, motion to approve set by Councilmember Killingsworth.
I second it.
Second.
Councilmember Stallings.
All right, second, Councilmember Stallings. Discussion.
Mr. Mayor, I plan to make a process-based vote against this agenda tonight. I think new business number 3 is more appropriate as a proclamation rather than a resolution that we vote on. And I also object to the timing of it being near the end of the month, whereas it will be difficult for the town to, or outside groups to plan events such as parades or putting flags or educational or celebratory events about this month in this time period. So I plan to vote against this.
Okay. All right, any other discussion? All right. So we have discussion. Do we have a motion?
Yes.
Motion to approve?
All right, motion approved by Councilman Terry Mahaffey. Second by Mayor Pro Tem Dozier. All right. Further discussion? All right. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no.
No.
All right, we have one no. Councilmember Gant. So that passes 4-1. All right, we'll now move to first order on the agenda. Actually, no, we move to public forum. All right, so as Manager Drew is coming with the sheets here to make sure we have the proper order, I would like to make some reminders to you. So again, when you come up here and make your presentation, there's a podium. Please give your name and address and speak clearly. And remember, there's a 3-minute time limit. And we do have a series of lights here. To start off with the green, of course, would go, yellow warning. And then red is you need to be coming in for a landing. It's time to close your comments, all right? So the first one on the list tonight, and we'll start with Tahara Abby Hyman, and then on deck is Allison Best. You come on up. Okay, you can go ahead.
Speaker here?
Yeah, you can be speaker.
On April 28, 2017, Apex Friendship High School was no longer just a brand-new school. It was no longer a safe place to come and learn and to get to know people. On this day, one of the most racial inciting comments was made from another student, and I quote, "Plantation owners watch as his former slaves rejoice and celebrate their newfound freedom circa 1864. This event was life-changing, mind-altering, and completely detrimental to any student of color. But it did not stop there. Fast forward to 9 months later, on January 27, 2018, another Apex Friendship student made another racial inciting comment after another step show. Do you notice how the word another is repeated? It should have never been a first. These words have stuck with me to this day, and they will forever live on with me. But God has allowed me the chance to channel this pain from these events into a greater purpose to helping Apex, North Carolina become the real peak of good living. Today, I propose the idea to launch the Town of Apex Diverse Committee. This committee will focus on outreach projects in the community that targets young minority men and women, specifically the Black community. It will also give volunteer opportunities to students ages 15 through 23, and it will allow more Black-owned businesses to come to all of Apex area. These will be the top 3 goals of the Town of Apex Diverse Committee, but there's plenty more to better the Town of Apex for years to come. This committee, I plan on not stopping. When November comes, we will be here, and when the following years come, I hope to be here and be bigger. This generation is in a tough spot because along with going through these hard times, we have to figure out how to think, feel, and act emotionally. We are hurt and broken. On top of that, we have to talk to people in higher positions to find the solutions to a problem that we did not start. Today, I ask that you, the Town Council, find your purpose and why you want to become a part of the solution. Do not just listen, but act. As a proud granddaughter of a Black Panther, a top Apex Think Award winner, and a community activist, I am dedicating myself to helping the Town of Apex become the true peak of good living for all people. Thank you for your time and for hearing the community out, and I hope to work with you guys soon.
All right. Thank you for your comments. Thank you. All right. Allison Best.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, Apex PD, and Fire. Thank you for all that you do. I know we have a lot of big things going on in the city, and I hope that this one will not take long, as I know it's not a priority except for our small community. So in the scheme of things, I understand this is a small request.
If you don't mind, for the record, can you give your name and address?
Of course. I'm Allison Best. I live at 2817 Walden Road in Bella Casa. We have a safety issue on our street where our street is part of the development, backs up to a county street that is an unpaved road that connects to our community. It's the cut-through for Apex Friendship Middle and Apex Friendship High School, and is seeing increased traffic as the schools grow, of course, and as the community grows. We've worked with Apex PD Traffic Unit and the county to try and have resolution on getting that road paved. We've been unsuccessful in doing that, and we've had a number of close calls with pedestrians on that road and in our community with cars going very quickly. It's a very potholed road, so they have to veer out of the way. Some have ended up in the ditch beside the road. And our community's just asking that maybe we come to the city for a temporary fix on maybe just putting a pedestrian-type barricade there until the county can get that road dealt with. It's not well-maintained. Apex PD cannot do anything about the speeding on the road because it's county jurisdiction. So we're just fearful for the kids in the community, and we're asking that the city take a look at it, and I've put letters in your spot. So thank you so much for all you do, and we hope that you'll help us with this.
All right, thank you for your comment. All right, next up is Anthony Barnes.
Hi, my name is Anthony Barnes Jr. I live at 1202 Celestine Place, Apex, and I'm here representing Black Lives Matter Apex. So some of you know that there was a protest that was held June 5th, downtown Apex. My friend and I were the organizers of that. During my time to speak, I outlined the key concepts that I believe must be achieved to make progress and change to guarantee a better future for all African Americans. I put those statements into writing, and I'm here to discuss them today. But first, I want to tell a little bit of a story. I was an honor student in Apex High School. I was an athlete who played 4 sports, and I grew up living in the same neighborhood as our Mr. Mayor Gilbert right here. I have never had any trouble with the police, and I want to go into that more. My girlfriend is white. And she's also from Apex. When we first began dating, I asked to sit down with her parents to discuss her safety if we were ever to be pulled over while I was driving. I would take in any situation with the police, guarantee that we were both safe, that my hands would be out the window in plain sight, that I would not move or speak without being spoken to first, how to reach for the items I need to be present to the officers slowly and deliberately, not to cause an overreaction. Not only did I want my girlfriend to not be surprised of the situation that I felt, I felt that I had to ensure her parents that she would not be in any unnecessary danger just by being in my presence. I often wonder how many white teens have had this conversation like this with their parents of girls that they date. I'm confident that really doesn't come up. I shared this story to drive home the fear of African Americans feel of the police. I don't feel reassured and safe when I see a police present. I feel at risk and vulnerable. You have the opportunity to change this. I hope my nephews, my cousins, my children never have the same feeling that they don't feel safe in the same areas that I do. Now is the time for action. Now is the time for change. Countless innocent lives have been lost at the hands of police officers around the country, and now is the time to enact change to prevent any unnecessary loss. Abuse of power by the police and unwarranted fear of African Americans in general has to stop. It has to stop now. I urge Apex Police to look at policies regarding use of force and targeting of African Americans. I want to see change right here in the community. I grew up, and I want the Apex Police Department to be a model and for the rest of Wake County and the state of North Carolina for this. You have the opportunity to change the perception and future for countless young African Americans. I hope the next generation will never have to live with the fear I have known my entire life. Here are my demands for change. Better law enforcement training. Law enforcement officers need to hold each other accountable. We need law enforcement officers with open minds and a better understanding of their community. Build trust. Better internal oversight within the department. Better and more policies within the community. Better cultural bias training. Better de-escalating training. Removement of corrupt officers. Interact and team up with local organizations that promote public safety. Officers, see something, do something. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. All right, next is Reverend Tracy Johnson.
I'm Reverend Tracy Johnson. I'm representing Felton Grove Baptist Church, 8109 Stevenson Road in Apex. Mr. Mayor, City Councilman, thank you for this opportunity to speak about some of the racial injustices that we as a church and as a people have experienced. My name is Reverend Tracy Johnson, and I speak to you as a black woman, a black mother, a black nurse, and a black preacher. I've experienced racism many times, too numerous to count in my life. As a black nurse, I have been asked by patients to cook them pancakes and biscuits like their maid used to. I have been told that because of the color of my skin, I have been given things free in America. I have been fired from a job after being called an N-word by a white coworker, and it was deemed my fault because I moved the coworker's bloody hand out of my face. I have had women look at me and clutch their purses as I get on the elevator with them. I have had white parents exclude my children from play groups because of the color of their skin. I have been told the seats were taken beside white women because they didn't want a black girl sitting beside them. I hold 2 bachelor degrees and a master's degree, and I make well over $75,000 a year. But yet, I am seen as a threat, seen as less than, and seen as inferior. What hurts me most is that I have to tell my children that even though they excel, even though they follow the law, and even though they are good kids, it may not be enough in some people's eyes. It won't be enough when hanging out with their friends, and it may not be enough when compared with other white people. I urge you to listen to our stories, and when you make decisions for the city, make them for all the residents, not just your neighbors. And personally, silence in the face of inequality, silence in the face of racism, silence in the face of injustice is just as guilty as the act itself. Our nation, our state, our city has a lot of work to do. Enact policy that is fair to all people, not just some people. Last year, we as a church contacted the Apex Police Department to see if we could get some of the officers to come down and teach some of our young girls self-defense class. I also thought it would be a good opportunity for our young boys to see a good cop's face. Once the police department finally contacted us back, we were told it's not in our jurisdiction. So we called the sheriff's department, and we were also told it's not in our jurisdiction. We got the same answer in both places, but the website says the police department is to protect and serve, but it didn't serve our children. God commands that we love you one another. You can't love me with your foot on my neck. You can't love me if you turn a blind eye to injustice. You can't love me if you never take the time to get to know me. God bless.
Thank you so much. All right, next up is Brianna Baker, and on deck is Amber Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Brianna Baker. This November, I will be turning 18. I am 10 years older than Ayanna Stanley Jones was when she was shot and killed by police while sleeping on her grandma's couch. I don't know about anybody here, but as a child, I fell asleep on my grandma's couch probably every time I went to her house. And if I'm being honest, I still do. What makes her murder so devastating is my eyes, is how similar we look. And this is a picture of me, and then this is a picture of Ayanna. That could have easily been me. It could have been my sister, a friend, my cousin. It could have been any of us little brown-skinned boys or girls who fell asleep after a day's play at their grandma's house. Some people tell me that I've grown up so fast, and others tell me I've barely lived at all. I'm here today to talk on behalf of those who barely got to live. All our life, we are told to reach for the stars and dream big dreams. Ayanna would have graduated this upcoming school year, the same year as me. I'm sure she had dreams. When a black person is killed, the world will tell you all the bad things they used to be. But when a white person commits a crime, the world tells you all the great things they could become. Gandhi once said, "The future depends on what we do in the present." And I'm saying things need to change. People need to be held accountable. How many hashtags will it take? Our deaths shouldn't have to be filmed for our government to do the right thing. People don't deserve to die like that. And even the worst killers get tried in court and are innocent until proven guilty. In my opinion, I believe colored women are the unsung heroes of our generation. We march and we give all that we can, and yet it is never reciprocated. People don't go as hard for us as we do for them. And when Ayanna was murdered, a television show was being filmed. The officers were being filmed. Officers raided her grandmother's house without knocking. The officer who fired the bullet was charged but never convicted, which seems to be a pattern that needs to end. I learned about Ayanna's story this past month, over a decade later. An entire decade has passed since her death, and this was the first time I've heard her name. She deserves better. We owe her more than what she got. In closing, I would like to say something I saw on Twitter that says, please protect our black women, please. Not because they're someone's mother or sister or wife, but because they are someone. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Amber Johnson. And next up is Stacy Dunn.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amber Johnson, and I attend Greater Falcon Grove Missionary Baptist Church. Today, I would like to tell you a story. This is my story and how to solve a problem. I am a college student. I attend the University of North Carolina at Greensboro. Recently, in my biology class, my professor gave the class of 350 students an article on black skin and research that had been done over the last 20 years. But my professor failed to inform the class that the article was written by a racist biologist. The article says 12 racial slurs. Out of 350 students, I was the only person to say something about the article to the professor. The professor tells me that she has used this article for over 11 years now. No one has had a problem with it but myself. She knew the article was written by a racist, and she knew it was disrespectful, but she wanted someone to say something. After 30 minutes of a conversation with her, telling her why this information had nothing to do with science and more to do with injustice, she walked around the table and looked me in the eyes and asked me, how does this article make me feel? At this moment, I could have said an excellent speech that even my ancestors would have rolled over in their graves to clap for, but my response was terrified, because if this is what a predominantly white institution is teaching the next generation, then God bless us all. My professor then says, what do I suppose that she do with this article? I say, don't use it. She says the scientific information is some of the best we have today. She says she will just cover up the racist information, but will continue to use this article because it's an important point and she wants the class to learn. I say all this to make the point that just because it is not our ethnicity, just because it is not our skin color, just because the situation does not affect you, just because you weren't the one that started the problem, doesn't mean you should cover over the bad spots and write on top of the injustice, warning racist. Doesn't solve the problem if you are part of the problem. If you think not talking about it is the solution, so I ask you today, are you part of the problem or part of the solution? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Stacy Dunn.
Try to talk as loud as I can. I had surgery.
Yes, sir.
But my name is Stan Dunn. I just want to say a few short words about profiling and being a black man in America.
For the record, can you give me your address, please?
I'm a member of the Greater Felton Grove Baptist Church, 8109 Stevenson Road.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good, you're good. And about being a black man, specifically a bigger black man. So every time I step foot outside of my house, I have to worry whether or not I'm going to be the next hashtag because I'm a black man. Every time I see a police officer, I get nervous because I'm a black man. I wonder, or is a police officer going to stop me just because of the way I look? Every time I go into a store to shop, I get looked at differently because I'm a black man. A black man with dreadlocks at that. I may look intimidating, but to be honest, I'm the biggest teddy bear there's out here. So I'm really not an intimidating individual. That's coming from my own, but that's just a few short examples of how I feel about being a black man in general. And what I want to know is, how can the black community regain trust in police officers? Because right now, I'm just going to be honest, I don't trust a single police officer. And I hate to say it like that, but it is what it is. I know there's good cops, I know there's bad cops, but I just want to be able to regain trust in police officers. And, especially Apex police officers, because I go to church in Apex, I work for AAA, and my area is Apex. And, even when I go to a car accident scene, I deal with Apex police officers. But I want to be able to trust them whenever I encounter them from now on, and not have to worry about whether or not I'm going to have an issue because I'm a black man. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Moss, please.
Hello, my name is Melissa Moss Oliver, and I am also here representing with Felton Grove Baptist Church. I'm currently an assistant principal in Wake County Public School System, and I'm proud to say that I am born and raised here in Apex, the peak of good living. I grew up in an area called Green Level, which is right down 55 Highway. I grew up on my grandfather's farm, and he was the very first black male in that area to have that much land. It was like 62 acres to be exact. And Apex was and still is a wonderful place, but I do have a few experiences that introduced racism to me at a early age. I remember playing outside with my brother, and all of a sudden a huge truck comes by with a Confederate flag just flying. It was huge, and he called me and my brother the N-word. And that was my first time ever hearing that, and I was just scared. So I just ran in the house, and that was just a very piercing moment for me. That was the first time. I also remember as a child wanting to go swimming at the C.C. Jones building here in Apex, and my mom and everybody around me said, no, you're not welcome there. We're not welcome there. So we had to always go to Poolin Park or even to Cary at the Chandler Swimming Club. And I would always look at my friends, and they would always invite us there, but we were never, ever able to go inside. We could rent the building, but we could never go swimming. Also, I remember I had just gotten my license, and my dad and I were sharing his truck, and he said, let's go down to the Chevrolet place down on 55 and look at a car. I thought I was going to get a car that day. Oh my goodness. And we were just riding around, and we were waving at the people who were looking for cars as well, and we noticed that they left. But as soon as everybody left, me and my dad and my brother, we were still sitting in the car looking at other cars, and all of a sudden 6 police officers came out behind cars pointing guns at us, and my dad is screaming, no, 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 I have my children here in this car with me. And he kept saying it repeatedly, and then all of a sudden one of the officers commanded them to put their guns down, and he said, well, what are you doing here? And I'm looking for a car, but that's what we thought everybody else was doing. But my dad told me to be quiet, and he said, sir, we are looking at cars just like everybody else. And he said, well, why are you asking us this? Because the officer says, well, we've had a lot of thefts here, and you fit the description. And my dad says, a black male and 2 children? And he didn't say anything else, but later on, like a week later, in the Apex Herald, which was our awesome newspaper, it reported that it was a white male, but we fit the description. I have a few stories that I could tell you, especially about our teachers and our coaches and our counselors who discouraged a lot of our black students from attending college, but I don't have time for that. But instead, I do see the town of Apex on social media and on the web as they are trying their best to move forward in the right direction. But Mr. Mayor, I ask that you continue to take the stand that you're taking and interrupt ignorance each day and continue holding marches, conducting book studies, cultural infinity groups, consistent training for our police officers, and open dialogues with the community. I love my hometown of Apex, and I still say it is the peak of good living.
Thank you so much. All right, I'd like to invite up Mallory Harris, please.
Good morning, sir. My name is Mallory Harris. My family teaches me the value of diversity by honoring and celebrating differences. I believe that everyone has their own unique backgrounds and experiences which bring beauty into the world in so many different ways. Racism did not end with the civil rights movement. Racism is not always violent or obsessive. It appears in many forms. It is rooted in the false belief of which Caucasian experience is standard and that our Caucasians are superior than others. Together, we need to learn to take action. Racism is a grown-up disease. We must stop using our children to spread it. Ruby Bridges. As we children of all races need to be taught to counter racial injustice and value racial diversity. When I was in kindergarten, I experienced a real racial encounter. A boy on the playground was saying mean things to me. But the one that hurt me the most was when he said, "I don't want to play with black kids." That really hurt me. I told my mom that day. She emailed my teacher, and then she pulled me to the side to the fourth grade hall. She told me something that touched my heart so much. She told me that all people are unique in their own special way, and they've done so many important great things, whether they were Caucasian, African American, or both. And they didn't even have to be either. They could have been mixed, Hispanic, Latinx. And it made me feel so good to know that I wasn't as bad as that boy told me. My friend Emma's grandma, she emailed my mom, and she said this: "Look at this picture. All I see are 3 girls that know nothing about the color of skin they have. Our children and grandchildren are smarter than we are sometimes. All they see is love, not racism. Why would they need to know all the dirty details of the past? They are sisters in their eyes, not enemies, because the color of their skin or because the color of what happened many years ago."
I'm Latorius. I'm next after her.
Okay. Thank you, Mallory. Thank you so much.
All right. My name is Latorius Adams, and I'm representing Felton Grove Missionary Baptist Church as well. I'm going to start off with a quote from James Baldwin. "We can disagree and still love each other, unless your disagreement is rooted in my oppression and denial of my humanity and right to exist." The world is going through an immensely challenging and painful time.
The coronavirus has disrupted our most basic routines and isolated us from loved ones. While recent police brutality and news of racial injustice has caused sadness, stress, anger, and fear. As a mother, I am living to instill confidence and pride in my daughter, while also explaining that racial equity and barriers that continue today. Our Constitution clearly states, all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Fairness is a self-evident principle. We know every person should be subject to the same rules without respect to ethnic, heritage, class, or creed. It is engraved at the front of the highest court in the land, equal justice under the law. This is why civil rights organizations have fought so diligently for equal opportunity employment and to end unequal sentencing. For fairness to reign, we should all be playing by the same rules. Together, we need to stand against a criminal justice system that disproportionately targets Black Americans. No one should live in fear that his or her skin color or ethnicity could cost them their life or make them a target for hate or lesser treatment. There is no empathy, and that is why there is a lack of humanity. Justice is central to God's character. We must learn with empathy and educate the people and ourselves how systematic racism is infused throughout the Black experience in this country. Police brutality is just one factor of system racism. We haven't even touched on education, housing, public health equity, hiring discrimination, and more. Prejudice and hate are not inborn. They are learned behaviors, and they can be unlearned. Racism is a socially transmitted disease whose lifelong negative effects on the health and development of children and adolescents have been documented by the American Academy of Pediatrics. Every child, every young person deserves to grow up with every chance for safety and every opportunity to succeed. Discrimination, violence, and racism cause deep harm, unsettling communities, and leaving lasting scars for children and families. I stand for E-racism, the removal from existence of the belief that one race is superior to another. No matter your social status or how powerful you feel you are, we are all equal. We came here by birth and we will leave in death. When my daughter experienced the racial encounter, it was very disturbing to me, especially since she was such a young, innocent child in kindergarten. I was angry, but I had to realize that this child was only doing what they were taught. I took it upon myself to email the teacher and principal to express my concerns. I'll read briefly the email I sent. My name is Latorius Adams, mother of Mallory Harris. I would like to ask you a hypothetical question. What would you do if one of your staff members constantly made racial comments about your race? Now I want to ask you a factual question. What would you do if a child is constantly making racial comments about another student? Mallory has told me on several occasions that a student has made nasty remarks about the color of her skin. She brought home a drawing that last week and I was very appalled. And so from that, me, the teacher, and the principal sat down and we discussed this. So my message is really that racism has no place in the hearts and minds of our children. No one is born hating another, it is taught, and we need to change that lesson plan.
Thank you.
I believe that children should know what racism is, but they should know that it is a bad thing.
Thank you so much, Mallory. All right. Raven Baker.
Good evening. My name is Raven Baker, and I'm a member of the Greater Fulton Grove Missionary Baptist Church. My name is Raven Baker. When I was younger, one of my favorite movies was Madea Goes to Jail, because one day I knew I wanted to be a police officer, but after everything I have seen on TV, I now believe being a police officer is not for me. I like taking care of people and being understanding and caring for what they have to say, but many cops today are not like that. Their job is to lock up bad guys, but sometimes they do it wrong. But for some reason, Dylan Roof can shoot up a church, killing several people, stop for Burger King, and not have one single scratch. But when George Floyd tried to pass a counterfeit $20 bill, he was then killed by police. I do not want to be a cop in a country where we are not all forced to treat everyone fairly. At this point, I'm going to focus on basketball. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. I know we have some email comments as well. Can I just do this real quick? I just want you guys, everybody that spoke tonight, everything is well received by this leadership team along with our staff. And we're committed to doing what we need to do to make the changes that are necessary. Just want that to be known. All right.
When you're ready, Mr. Mayor, you can call on Mr. Smith to play those. There's 3 public forum comments that were recorded.
Okay, if you would, please. Thank you.
This comment is from Jennifer Job of 313 Kelly West Drive, Apex. They write, "In the midst of a time of turmoil, it's difficult to understand why Apex, a town that wants to promote unity and love for all, has not signed an ongoing proclamation declaring LGBTQ communities welcome and protected, and also declaring June Pride Month. Our LGBTQ community are taxpayers, teachers, shop owners, and friends here, and yet they are erased from our history, ostracized by prejudice, and subjugated by religious objection. This is not who we should be. Please sign a true LGBTQ proclamation making June Pride Month. Thank you." This public comment is from Kevin Creech of 3014 Buckingham Way, Apex. They write, "Last June, I was present when my town council presented and passed Apex's Pride Month resolution at a meeting. Discussion about Apex hosting actual Pride events for this June followed. Given COVID, it makes sense there are no specific live events planned. However, while I agree with the sentiments expressed in the Love and Unity Proclamation, and there is a mention of LGBTQ history in it, I must register my concern that Pride Month and specifically LGBTQ persons and their families are not centered in this proclamation. As a human being, mom, and former educator who has taught, cared for, and advocated for people and their loved ones in the LGBTQ community, I can attest that now is not the time to stop placing specific focus where it is due. 2 months ago, I broke bread with a young adult who is transitioning, born and raised in Apex, who I've known his entire life. Luckily for him, while his family is still uncomfortable with his truth, they're making every effort to understand and support him. However, in the past year, I've assisted 2 very young adults who have either been kicked out of or totally disowned by their families for coming forward in their truths. One of those young adults was raised right here in Apex. The point of having a Pride Month resolution or proclamation is to center the struggle and worth of our LGBTQ siblings. Again, I support the general sentiment in this revised proclamation, but it does not center this vital and vulnerable community in the same way that replacing Black Lives Matter with All Lives Matter shifts the focus away from issues specific to Black people. Please take the nearest opportunity to proclaim June as Apex's Pride Month.
Hello, my name is Vivian Magarino. Thank you very much for allowing me the time to present this idea to the Town Council. I'm the art teacher at Apex Elementary, and I'm presenting on behalf of my students who would have been here in April if not for COVID-19. We propose a sustainability partnership between Apex Elementary and the town of Apex. 3 years ago, we launched a garden club that started teaching curricular information like science and math and social emotional learning. We also have hopes that that will become fiscally sustainable by creating a small business So we teach real life experience and also farm to table, which leads us to our initiative this year where we launched a zero trash initiative for the school. It's a project-based learning task in collaboration also with Wake Ed Stemposium, which they were supposed to present as well this spring. So what does that mean? It means that our students went and investigated the question. They went to Adrian Farms in Apex and understood what farm to table meant. They went to the landfill here locally and learned that 34% of what's in the landfill is compostable, and also that that landfill will be at full capacity in 20 years. Our students also started researching what other towns had done. It was difficult to find a contact in Apex that could help us. So we went to the town of Cary and spoke to Emily Barrett, who is the Cary's sustainability manager. She led me to a young woman named Megan Pendle, and Megan is the one who suggested that I present here. I'm very happy to hear that the town of Apex now has created a sustainability program coordinator. Our hope is to be able to work in partnership with that person once that position is filled, and use us as the pilot. And then once we launch and we get to zero trash sustainability and have a compost program that is successful, that we can then move it into other elementary school, middle schools, and high schools. Zero trash initiative is not a new concept. There are several cities in the United States that have adopted that initiative. And so it is in conclusion that I respectfully propose that Apex adopts that initiative as well and has some very willing partners in that endeavor. Thank you.
Is that the last one, Ms. Mike? Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and close public forum comments. Also give you an opportunity, if you don't want to stay around and learn about rezonings and public hearings, you can make an exit right now before we start that. So I'll give you an opportunity to do that.
But if you do, you're welcome to stay.
Yeah, you're welcome to stay if you want to. Okay. Okay. All right. We'll now move to our public hearing. And first one, public hearing one, matter of rezoning case. And presenting tonight is Sarah Van Every, senior planner. It's annexation number 677, Wolf Properties PUD.
Mr. Mayor, you're hearing 1 and 2 together.
Okay, so we're hearing 1 and 2 together. Thank you. Got it. You all set?
Okay, great,
We got Councilmember Killingsworth back, so we're good.
great, perfect timing. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. I'll be presenting annexation number 677 and rezoning case 19CZ22, Wolf Properties Pod. Just to give you an idea here, the subject properties we'll be talking about, they're going to be located in this general area here in Apex on the east side of Wimberley Road. I'll bring you in closer here to the subject properties that we'll be discussing this evening. The petition is brought to us by Josh Swindell of Envision Homes, and he is representing the assemblage of owners listed in your staff report. The entire site here that we're looking at, again, on the east side of Wimberley Road, we have Double Helix Road coming up through here, and Hickory Hill Lane right through here. The preserve at White Oak Creek over here to the east. The Cary Apex Water Treatment Facility over here to the southwest. Again, the total acreage is 4.352 acres. And here, again, just showing you the annexation map of the area that we'll be discussing. The existing zoning for the site is primarily Wake County R80W, and a tiny sliver over here is rural residential. Surrounding zoning is also primarily Wake County residential 80W, and then over here to the east, the White Oak Preserve is also PUD conditional zoning. The proposed zoning district is Planned Unit Development Conditional Zoning. The 2045 land use map recommends low-density residential for the subject properties. The applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting on October 1st, 2019. That meeting report is included in your packet. The requested planned unit development conditional zoning is consistent with the low-density residential land use map designation shown here. The rezoning was submitted prior to the agreement with Wake County Public School System to provide a letter of impact statement for rezonings allowing residential development. So what we have here is the existing conditions map, and this includes a full tree survey of the subject properties. What we'll have on the next slide is I'll show you some of the easements and other things that cross the site. So what we have here, again, this is the proposed layout. What you'll see in green is the perimeter buffer around here. We'll discuss in detail a little bit more about this buffer up here to the north. We have a Colonial Pipeline gas easement that's running along here. Sewer along here to the north of the site, and utility line, water line running down. There's water down here at Wimberley Road. Have a slight access easement here, and we'll get into these a little bit more. And we also have a stream here on the east side of the property. This is a PUD, so we will go over some of the conditional zonings in the PUD. The permitted uses are primarily residential, single-family, utilities minor, recreational uses include greenway, park active and passive, recreational facility private. We also have included government services, which is limited to parcel 1, which is going to be this purple shaded area here and here. Because public safety station number 6 is planned for this general area, currently up here we have Town of Apex land up here to the north. So the public service station number 6 is planned for this area, and if necessary, then this site could be used for public service station number 6. Therefore, that is why government service is listed as a permitted use. The design controls in this PUD, maximum residential density is 3 units per gross acre with a maximum number of 130 dwelling units. As for the remainder of the dimensional standards presented for single-family, for townhouse, and for non-residential uses, those are all consistent with the proposed uses. So back to buffers a little bit. Again, the green area is your perimeter buffer along the outside. What we have here is a deed restriction, 100-foot no-cut buffer that we see here. So just to let you know that along the east, what would normally be required is a 10-foot type B. The applicant has increased this to a 20-foot type B. All other buffer types are either meeting or exceeding what would be the required buffer, which obviously would be determined based on ultimate land use, whether that's single-family residential or townhome. And per zoning condition, so the PD plans show buffers around the site to provide visual breaks between uses and public roads. We are proposing a 30-foot type B buffer along Wimberley Road, assuming that that buffer is undisturbed, that is consistent with our thoroughfare buffer. If the buffer is disturbed, it shall be increased to a 50-foot type B buffer. The perimeter buffers have been shown to be a 20-foot type B buffer, with the exception of property that abuts town property. This shall be a 10-foot type B buffer. If government services are proposed, then the buffer shall be a type A 100-foot, and so that's, we're talking about in this area, right here. So a 100-foot no clear-cut buffer is a deed restriction buffer along the property line north that abuts pin number 7896. The only disturbance permitted within this buffer shall be a driveway to serve the referenced pin and the installation of a fence within the buffer near the common property line. Such fence shall not be chain link. Percentage of RCA, the PUD is providing at least 25% of the total area for RCA. This equates to 10.88 acres. The applicant is providing a minimum of 10.9 acres. If the single-family lots are mass graded, then the project shall dedicate an additional 5% RCA. Per zoning condition in the PUD, existing deciduous trees greater than 18 inches in diameter that are removed by site development shall be replaced by planting a 1.5-inch caliper native tree from the Town of Apex Design and Development Manual either on site or at an alternate site location approved by town planning staff above and beyond standard UDO requirements. As far as additional stormwater management zoning conditions, above and beyond, the project will commit to providing attenuation for the 2-year and 25-year storms as well. There is a listing of architectural standards. Complete listing is in your packets. These are consistent with the proposed uses. And so this just here is showing you the phasing plan, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. This is the utility plan showing existing services in the area and where they would be pulled through. Oops, wrong way. So here are elevations to match with the architectural conditions. So these are single-family renderings and townhome renderings. Additional zoning condition provided by the applicant, where economy housing is housing that can be purchased by a household that earns approximately the median household income of Apex, Wolf Properties PUD will address economy housing by providing a minimum of 10% of the total number of units of the development as determined at the master subdivision phase. The townhouse unit shall have a minimum width of 18 feet and maximum width of 20 feet with no garages and allowable parking in compliance with Section 8.3. However, they shall adhere to all other setback and architectural conditions set forth in the PUD plan. All internal public streets will have sidewalks on both sides of the street. Bicycle and pedestrian improvements associated with subdivision plans shall be consistent, shall comply with the adopted comprehensive transportation plan. And to let you know what we have, that is a 10-foot side path that would be located along the east side of Wimberley. And so we have a access point here into the site There is a east-west minor collector on the adopted transportation plan that runs essentially through the site. So these are just providing those access points to be compliant with the transportation plan. And you also see here potential access point here, providing future connection to these properties not included, and also another point of access here onto Wimberley Road.
Sir, can you back up real quick? You said that the plan would include a side path along the entirety of Wimberley?
No, just for their portion.
Okay.
Right, because these here are not included. Understand and note that there's a gap there in the properties, but it would be for where their development is. Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Advisory Commission heard this item at their February 26, 2020 meeting and unanimously recommended a land dedication in the location provided in the PUD plan, located contiguous to the southern boundary of the future park property. So we're talking in here. Future park property along the frontage of Wimberley Road to comply with section 14.1.3 standards of dedication. The total acreage to be dedicated will be determined by the total unit count at the time of master subdivision plan approval. They also recommended the reservation of a public greenway easement along one of the utility easement corridors to provide access to the park for the Wolf Properties PUD, as well as the preserve at White Oak Creek, with the location being determined at the time of master subdivision plan approval. Additional zoning conditions related to the potential public safety station number 6. Number 1, zoning condition for environmental assessment. A Phase 1 environmental assessment will be completed on the property to be dedicated to the town and provided to the town prior to construction plan approval. Number 2, zoning condition for land dedication. If the town of Apex determines that it wants the land dedication for the purposes of a public safety station versus park land, the land dedication will occur by January 31st, 2021, or prior to construction plan approval of Public Safety Station number 6, PSS number 6, whichever comes later. If the land will be used for park purposes, the timing specified in the UDO will be followed. Number 3, zoning condition for road improvements. If the town of Apex determines that it wants the land dedication for the purposes of a public safety station versus parkland, road improvements for the Collector Street will be completed from Wimberley Road to just past the planned public safety station driveway no later than February 28, 2022, or prior to the certificate of occupancy, whichever comes later. If the land will be used for park purposes, the timing specified in the UDO will be followed. Number 4, zoning condition for if the town of Apex determines that it wants land dedication for the purposes of a public safety station versus parkland, a temporary driveway permit signed by NCDOT will suffice for construction drawing approval, provided the final driveway permit application has been submitted to the NCDOT. Any changes from the temporary driveway permit to the final from the temporary driveway permit to the final driveway permit will be the responsibility of the developer, and this shall in no way release the developer from all other applicable requirements prior to construction drawing approval. In the event, number 5, in the event that the town has not provided notice to the applicant of the decision to use the land for PSS number 6 by August 3rd, 2020, the developer will be given an additional amount of time equivalent to the length of time the town's decision is delayed beyond August 3rd, 2020 to complete all conditions. Apex Transportation Plan, access and circulation. This PUD is consistent with the Apex Transportation Plan. This PUD is providing a minor collector street that runs east-west, again up here to the north, that will allow for future extension as shown on the thoroughfare and collector street plan. A TIA was submitted in compliance with UDO Section 13.19. The project offers, subject to NCDOT review and approval, the following off-site improvements. Number 1, Green Level West and Wimberley Road intersection. The developer shall construct a northbound taper right turn lane on Wimberley Road with 50 foot of full-width deceleration and a 100-foot taper prior to the first plat. Construction of curb and gutter will be limited to only along the 50-foot deceleration along the sidewalk, and storm drainage structures will only be placed in areas as necessary to continue existing drainage patterns and not restrict existing structures. Number 2, Wimberley Road and Jenks Road intersection. The developer shall construct a southbound taper right turn lane on Wimberley Road with a 50-foot of full width deceleration and a 100-foot taper prior to the first plat. No curb and gutter will be installed. Vegetated conveyances will be utilized to stay consistent with current conditions, and no upgrades to existing storm drainage infrastructure. Planning staff recommends approval of 19 CZ 22 Wolf Properties PUD with the conditions as offered by the applicant. The planning board heard this item at their June 8, 2020 meeting and unanimously recommended approval of the rezoning with the additional conditions offered by the applicant. Those additional conditions were primarily related to PSS number 6, as well, I think is a little clarification on the type of fence in the no clear-cut buffer to the property here. Approval of the rezoning is reasonable because the proposed planned unit development conditional zoning district is consistent with the low-density residential land use classification on the 2045 land use map. The proposed rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because it will allow for additional land for a future public park or PSS and development of single-family residential uses that will be compatible with the single-family uses to the north, south, and east. The proposed rezoning will also maintain the character and appearance of the area. I will be happy to entertain any questions at this time.
Thank you. I mean, the first question I had, it's been a while since we did a rezoning, so it's good to be back at this.
Feel ya.
Yeah, having fun. So this is, I believe, the first rezoning that I've seen since I started here where we did a dedication as opposed to a fee in lieu. I'm curious, does the dedication count towards the RCA requirement, or is that separate from the RCA requirement?
Keep it separate.
And a related question, like looking at the map you have up here, like why is the dedication, the potential dedication, such an odd shape? Why is there, it goes up there as a little, is there a reason for that?
I don't know. I'm assuming it would have to do with what was recommended with Parks and Rec as far as where that goes. The applicant is, I know. Thank you. I don't know if Josh wants to speak to the shape of the land.
Yeah, I'm fine. We're fine.
Or if we want to get back to that.
Sorry, I'm not an engineer, and you could not be here. My name is Josh Swindell with Envision Homes. The odd shape at the entrance is due to the width of that entrance. It's going to be a median at the entrance there, and then due to a stream crossing that'll be required, we had to meet radius requirements by curving so that we don't go diagonally across the stream and make as minimal impact as possible across that stream.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. Did I hear any conditions related to solar conduits or solar panels associated with this project?
No, ma'am.
And one of our strategic goals, as I know the council knows, is environmental leadership and responsible development when we're trying to look at projects. Could you speak to the energy efficiency of these units that are going to be proposed? Any Energy Star certification on these homes? Any HERS ratings that you could provide?
I can't. There wasn't anything submitted with the application in regard to that. The applicant.
I'm going to be speaking in my presentation to a couple of extra conditions that are going to be commendable for you.
Okay.
I guess one question I had for staff before we move on to the applicant is, there is a condition here about tree replacement. The two numbers that we came up with, 18 inches and larger has to be replaced, 1.5 width, 1.5. Those numbers are rather, I'm not sure at all whether they're satisfactory or it's kind of a starting point. Does staff have any concerns about the enforceability of that or the overall impact of what that's going to have? Have we looked at the number of trees versus what we expect with the landscape plan to see what the net impact is going to be? Because I'm trying to find over the next couple of rezonings, hopefully to arrive at a really fair and impactful value for those two numbers. So if you had any opinions on what's proposed here, that'd be a great time.
So the rezoning really doesn't look at what that ultimate layout is going to be like. So it's really difficult from my perspective, the applicant may be able to give a little bit more insight on where they think those tree save areas are going to be. But until they get into the development process, master subdivision plan layout, where those tree save areas may be, they'll have a better idea of how that's going to impact their ultimate site layout. I know it's not easy to see on here as to what those diameters are, but essentially that tree survey, and I have not gone through and counted them, and I don't know if you have a count of how many are 18 inches and over, but obviously we would expect to see a lot of them near the streams.
Is there a way to get some follow-up? Any, whenever whenever the landscape plan is complete, to know what the resulting impact is of this condition, so we can help judge its appropriateness and impact?
I believe so, yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know that we've we also haven't, I don't think, gotten to that. I know we've had one other rezoning that has had a similar condition, and I don't, not sure what the result of that has been, or if we quite know.
I would just like to echo, I agree with Councilmember Haffey on that, because I think we do want to understand how appropriate this is, how relevant it is. A number of our residents have indicated they're very concerned about preserving, our urban tree canopy. So we want to make sure we're doing our due diligence in trying to protect our tree canopy as we partner with developers.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I would just add to that, at the neighborhood meeting, people did bring up environmental concerns and had questions also.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. I'd like to call an applicant now.
I told you this would be the part where I messed up all the technology.
It cuts into your time, Thank you, Sarah.
All right, hey everybody, my name is Amanda Bambrick. I'm an attorney from the Morningstar Law Group based out of Raleigh, but my actual address is 717 Hillsford Lane here in Apex. I've been here, relocated back to Apex about a little over a year ago. I have Josh Swindell with the company here as well. We also have Andy Petty with Curry Engineering on remotely if we need to dial him in. He's watching from home. I'm going to zip through this pretty quickly. I mostly want to focus on some feedback that we have received and additional proposals that we want to make here tonight. I think I can get through this in about 4 to 5 minutes. Obviously, we know you have a very long agenda tonight. So I guess the first thing I wanted to highlight here is that we've tried to be really deliberate here. We have been working with the town for quite some time. We've been talking about this dedication for potential parkland for quite some time as well. We first learned about the potential for the fire station relocation really, a week or two ago at this point. We've worked really hard to work with the town to kind of figure out what kind of conditions work for y'all while giving us a little bit of flexibility with our underlying contracts. So the project kicked off back in June of 2019. We went through the Parks and Rec process talking about the dedication, neighbor meeting we submitted in October. I believe there have been 5 or 6 rounds of revisions at this point between October through, a couple weeks ago when we added the fire station conditions. We got parks approval in February, uncontested, unanimous planning board approval. And like I said, the conversations with the town about the fire station have been very, very recently. I don't want to repeat what Sarah just said. We understand that the town is in the process of looking at different types of housing choices and looking at amendments related to tree conservation and things of that nature. Given that, we tried to pull in some language based on the one condition that you have seen so far related to trees. It's our understanding that this, our property, it's, I guess, almost 44 acres, so it's going to be, perhaps the largest tree replacement condition that's been given so far. Again, we have no problem, obviously, with giving feedback. We understand that y'all need to see, if these are actually helpful in the future, but this is the starting point that we came from in light of the fact that y'all are working on guidance now. The economy housing, I believe she went over that as well. The idea is to have some flexibility for both the town and for us at the master subdivision phase. With respect to the economy housing units, the lots will be smaller, but they will be subject in all aspects to the same architectural standards. So you're not going to see like an island of housing that clearly appears to be, substandard. It's all going to look the same. Again, we're trying to work with the town to set some positive precedent there. Obviously, with stormwater, she mentioned, we're committed to providing the increased attenuation. I believe this is higher than the ordinance requirement was when we first applied. I won't repeat here. We're obviously making some not insignificant transportation improvements over the course of our conversations with staff. With respect to the neighbors, this is one of my favorite parts of my practice, actually. I feel like neighborhood involvement is very important. We haven't really heard a great deal since the neighbor meeting. We have worked extensively with the Ross family to the north. We are showing, I guess at the time of the neighbor meeting, we didn't realize there was a deed restriction, so we had to do a little bit of title work to figure that out. We are showing that on the new site plan. We are giving a new access easement when the current easement extinguishes, and when our plat is recorded, it's going to provide for paved access to them, which they don't currently have, and we're going to stub the new road to their property line. The second document that Josh worked on, and if you have questions about this, I'll have to defer to him because he led the charge on those conversations. We will be installing a fence. We also have provided a temporary electrical service agreement where if there's any sort of power cut to the house over the course of construction, we're going to provide a whole house generator and make sure that there are no cuts to service. We wanted to highlight this because we know how important it is to the town right now. If you search the addresses, there are 4 schools that currently serve this area: Salem Elementary, Salem Middle, Green Level High School, and Panther Creek. Of those 4, from the research that I did, it looked like Panther Creek was the only one that was capped at this time. So hopefully that's in line with the current policy. With respect to additional feedback that we have received over the past couple of weeks, we are willing to provide these additional conditions as well. Hopefully they've captured some of the concerns about environmental stewardship and the such. All of the homes shall provide conduit for the future installation of rooftop solar panels, and this does include the townhomes and the economy housing units. We will conduct a solar site orientation analysis, which Josh is more eloquent on this point, but from what I can tell, it means we look at the site plan and then we look at the sun and we figure out which units actually are more conducive to solar being a very efficient method. And we're willing to provide at least 6 of these built with active solar systems on the roof, which approximates to 5 to 6% of the overall units. All homes will have an Energy Star certification offered within the Envision menu of buyer-selected options that they can pick when they are working with the builder to sort of customize their homes. So that will be an option for them to choose as well. All homes with garages will have the option, again, if the buyer has a need for it, to have an electric vehicle charging station installed in their garage. As Sarah went through pretty extensively, all of the conditions related to the fire station have arisen pretty much over the past week or so. I think the town in Envision's pretty much fully aligned on those at this point. We did hear a concern about a potential sidewalk gap. A little bit, so if you see my blue line here, I think one of the original concerns was for the couple of properties further to the south. However, when we took the request back to the developer and the engineer, they looked at it, understanding the concern, but they felt like the actual pedestrian patterns would be moving more to the north and instead of going around those 2 properties up towards the park area. And Josh can discuss that in more detail if he needs to. So, but what we do think makes sense based on the site layout and the properties is to pay a fee in lieu for 450 linear feet of sidewalk along the blue line area here, so that there could be potential connectivity in the future, moving more towards the park area. I believe the only piece of feedback we were unable to take into account was the request to locate a second greenway spur in the northeastern corner. Our team did investigate this, and it looked like in order to provide this, we would have to cross a jurisdictional wetland, which obviously is not the kind of environmental thing we would like to do, and it's also obviously can be quite costly and can take a lot of time. I do want to point out that, and I think Sarah touched on it as well, we are already providing a greenway stub to the south side for an easier connection to the Preserve at White Oaks Greenway as well. And that easement already exists of record, so it just seemed to sort of flow well with what's already on the ground. At the end of the day, I feel like Envision, unlike some developers, has taken a lot of time. There have been a lot of meetings, there have been a lot of conversations, with the neighbors, with the staff, trying to accommodate different needs. We feel like it's, we have planning board support, we have staff support, it's consistent with the land use map. We're not asking for any changes to that. We're perfectly content with low residential density as it would be upon annexation, and we're hoping we can get to approval tonight. Obviously, the team is here and can answer any questions.
So, yeah, thank you. If I can
Go ahead.
start, yeah, so you saved me a lot of time. So a lot of the things that in neighborhood meeting that you did, check off those boxes, so to speak. So thank you for doing that and sharing that this evening. The one thing too I wanted to ask you about with the economy housing, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the 10%. But I do want to ask, was your conversation around doing the median income from Wake County, which is closer to 60,000, at least pre-COVID, and in our area it's closer to 90,000, so that's a significant difference of income. So just wondered, within either the full 10% or portion of the 10%, would you consider doing some for Wake County median income?
Josh, do you have any thoughts on that? I wasn't, when some of these conditions were crafted, I wasn't necessarily. She basically asked if we would be willing to take into account some of the Wake County median income as well. Because now it's, I guess the way it's
So
written,
Wake
it's
County
tied to-
median income is pre-COVID was somewhere around 60,000, and for Apex, it's going to be somewhere around 90,000. So I just wondered if there was, if you consider looking at a portion of the 10% of reflecting people at Wake County median income, so we can get more people in here that are reflect more diversity by bringing that down just a little bit for some people. I do appreciate what you've already done.
So this is a fee simple offering. This is
A what?
a fee simple offering, meaning for sale. So this is not an affordable housing condition, it's economy housing.
Understand the difference?
And we cannot predict or control the qualifications of home buyers, and the payments are typically related to those levels of income you speak to, the median. That's more easily done for rent products. So I don't know how we do that. What we've done in the past here in Apex with cases with economy housing conditions is restrict the lot width, is what we've proposed tonight, which ultimately restricts the house size and therefore the house price.
So your answer is no? I mean, I'm just asking the question.
I just don't know how. I don't know that it's possible. I've never
How
heard
you
of
would
such.
enforce it, because you're not going to necessarily know the qualifications of the buyers.
Correct.
That's not, I'm not asking you enforcement questions. My question is similar to what another developer answered and did, but not at 10%, was if you mentioned that the meeting you would try to get so people could afford it who had a median income from Apex, which is significant, which is an affluent area. So my question for you is, would you consider either the full 10% or just a portion of the 10% for people who make the median income from Wake County pre-COVID, which is around 60,000, which is a significant difference of Apex? That's my question, that's all. I'm not asking for enforcement, just asking the question.
Having to do quick math in my head.
Okay.
It's a scary proposition.
I don't think it's scary. I think it's consistent with our goals, so I don't think it's scary at all. Just a question.
So the way that we have the condition written now, can we go back to that?
Do you have it?
Mhm.
She's just asking if even a portion of it can be apportioned to Wake County.
And so you had pulled the median incomes, you said, prior to?
You can totally close mine, it's done.
So, this is Wake County data. That's not going to necessarily be representative of Apex.
And you're
Right.
asking for us to take it to
Right,
Wake
which is what I
County.
said, which is off the top of my head. I said it's about 60, which is correct.
Right.
This is individual here, family of 4.
So are we going off the individual?
That's what I said, 60.
So assuming 25% allocated to housing? Yes. We can do it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that very much.
I just had one question for clarification. With the Energy Star certification, is that an option or is that going to be for all homes?
My understanding, and again, Josh might have to speak on this, is that the energy certification, a lot of their product meets or exceeds those qualifications anyway. And then, different buyers have different priorities, and so it's something that they like to offer as a potential option within their menu of items that they provide. I don't know if Josh wants to speak to the standards. We talked a little bit about those yesterday, but that's my general understanding, is that leaving it as an option gives ultimate flexibility to the buyer, but also making sure that we highlight it as something that we can offer, although we feel that we meet or exceed those certification standards anyway for heating and cooling.
Only heating and cooling? Just trying to get clarification, that's all.
What we've proposed is that we would offer it as an option for all buyers for homes that are under construction or pre-sold. So the buyer, we would leave it up to the buyers to decide.
So I'm trying to understand what's the standard versus the option of your homes with energy efficiency?
So standard is, typically at or above what a lot of the Energy Star requirements are. However, many buyers do not seem interested in the additional cost that comes with paying for the fees to get the certification done. So even though these homes are built, and many other builders in the area build their homes at or above these standards, we find that fewer and fewer are actually getting the Energy Star certification, because buyers would rather put that extra money into quartz countertops or cabinets or things of that nature.
Okay, thank you.
Ready for one more?
Sure.
All right. So we mentioned charging stations. I think that's great. We definitely want to provide features that encourage purchasing of electric vehicles. What about at any community amenities? Can we have a charging station at the clubhouse, wherever's going to be here?
My understanding is I don't believe there are going to be really any amenities in the standard, since here it's not kind of an apartment complex community, so there's not a pool. I don't think there will be a clubhouse. I think that's pretty much it. So we did talk about that, but then if there aren't any amenities, there wasn't a need for that.
All right, then. All right, thanks.
Any other questions for applicant? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'll now open it up for comments in the public hearing. Looking at my sheet here, I don't have anyone signed up for that, so I'll close the public hearing and refer the matter back to council for discussion, leading to a possible motion.
I can go first. So, yeah, it's good to be back doing this kind of business that we're, you know.
We know you love
It's
it.
been a couple months, yeah. We're having fun. I thank you to the applicants for the package you put together here. I think there was a good collaboration between staff and the applicant, went back and forth. You can tell in the conditions offered, a lot of our requests were heard, and we're put into the eventual application. I really appreciate that. I think this application in particular takes several small steps in the direction we want to go on a lot of different dimensions. And I don't think this is the end of the journey, though, for us. I think that, like I mentioned earlier about the tree thing, we went with 18 inches and 1.5. I don't know if that's a good number or not. It could end up being that does nothing, or it could be ridiculous. So we need some feedback there to eventually craft that to something that's as applicable and useful as possible. On the economic housing thing that the Mayor Pro Tem brought up, again, I think, they took a good step here and a good step here tonight as well, and I really appreciate you bringing that question up. I think that's a very positive change for our future residents. I would also challenge us as a council and as a town to see what more we can do to help drive down these prices as well. There's, there's fees, there's permits, there's all sorts of stuff that we could also do and give staff the ability to help waive to drive down the price points of some of these units, as long as we had some assurance that those savings were passed on to the price point somehow, So we need to get a little more creative, but this application I'm going to support tonight because I'm satisfied that they took several steps in the direction that we wanted to go in, and I'm looking at this as a learning experience, and it's setting a precedent, and it's going to help us, make even better decisions in the future. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm going to agree with Terry. Terry and Cheryl asked several of the questions I was going to ask anyway, and then Mayor Pro Tem, I'm glad you brought up the Wake County median average. I think this, in general, you've listened to the neighbors, you've listened to staff, you've listened to us, and I think that's very good. So,
Thank you. All right.
I'll make a motion to approve. And as a little comment, I really hope we can limit the rezoning. I strongly prefer rezonings that are contiguous so that there's not sidewalk gaps created or side path gaps created. My house is 20 years old, and there's a gap behind along Salem behind my house that's still there, and it's very annoying. And people would be much happier if that had been incorporated into the neighborhood originally and not existed for 20 years. And I don't know how long it's going to last even longer, so it's very frustrating. But I appreciate the offsite. I didn't even know that was a gap up there too, so that's appreciated. And I think I appreciate the feedback I was able to have with the feedback you were able to give for what I was asking about. Sorry, I should have said the motion part. Sorry, I explained it too.
Mayor, if I could ask for clarification and a reminder, this is public hearings 1 and 2, so it's an annexation and a rezoning. So is that a motion to approve both the annexation and the
right,
rezoning?
and the change. Let's see, and the change. I'm not sure the wording of that one though.
Okay. With the amended conditions.
Change Apex to Wake County in that
Right,
thing,
the
right?
economy housing to reflect
Is that-
Wake County median.
Is that right? Versus Apex. That's just the change, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Motion approved, both annexation and that with that change.
Second.
Okay.
And as another point of clarification, also the additional conditions offered by the applicant this evening.
Okay. Yeah.
That's right,
yeah.
the other,
Sorry.
The other, yeah.
I meant those. Yeah.
So we got a motion by Councilmember Gant, and then a second by Councilmember Mahaffey. All right. Any further discussion?
Yeah, so I'm not going to talk long. I just really appreciate, like I said, for the applicant, for you to be on the spot and open to my request. I really appreciate that. And you did talk about being trailblazers this evening, and I think that does kind of demonstrate that in a way, and I think people are going to have to sort of figure out how to get in line. And I think with our new steering committee, though, we can help support, as we spoke about. So again, thank you for doing that in the moment. I appreciate that a lot.
And I just want to add that too. I know you've had a lot of meetings. We've grilled you in a lot of ways, and I appreciate your response to a lot of concerns. I really do. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So we'll go ahead and take a vote right now. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Move now to public hearing number 3, rezoning case 19 CZ23, located at 2524 and 2604 Kelly Road. Presented by Sarah Van Every. Hello,
Trying to help them with the, get those existing
Take your time.
additional conditions added.
Yeah.
Sorry, y'all, that was quite the shuffle. All right. Does he have it? Okay, just making sure he didn't walk away with my other staff report. Okay. All right. Public hearing number 3, rezoning case 19 CZ 23 at 2524 and 2604 Kelly Road. All right. We are talking about 2 properties located right here in this general area. This is Kelly Road here, Old US 1. Sorry, we have Kelly. It's real hard to see. We have Kelly Road and 540. Hard to see on that one. In that area. All right, we'll zoom in and back out. Kelly Road right here, 540 here. The total acreage we're looking at is 2.1 acres. Again, we're looking at these 2 parcels here. Each property contains an existing single-family dwelling and accessory building. They're located here on the west side of Kelly Road, north of Old US 1. The applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting on October 28, 2019. The neighborhood meeting report is attached. Existing zoning. The current zoning for the property is rural residential right here. Other existing zoning in the area, we have PUD conditional zoning. This is West Village, north and south. We have rural residential here over on the other side, and again, we have 540 here with underlining zoning being rural agricultural, or residential agriculture, excuse me. The proposed zoning district is mixed office residential retail conditional zoning, also known as MORRCZ. The 2045 land use map recommends mixed-use, high-density residential office employment commercial services. The proposed rezoning to mixed office residential retail conditional zoning is generally consistent with that land use classification. This rezoning was also submitted prior to the agreement with Wake County Public School Systems to provide a letter of impact. You have a full list of proposed zoning conditions in your staff report. Permitted uses. There's a full listing of 30. Many of them are going to be neighborhood, business, commercial type uses, office, retail, etc. As far as single family, the one permitted use is accessory apartment. So all other are commercial business-based uses. Therefore, the conditions, I'll go through them bit by bit, are going to tie based on those uses, both existing and future. So for uses utilizing the existing structures, the following shall apply. Only existing structures may be used for residential uses. Parking shall be provided to the side or rear of the principal building. For future uses, the following shall apply. The use accessory apartment shall be permitted only on floors above non-residential uses in new construction. Non-residential mixed-use new construction design guidelines. We have 11. Most of these are going to be related architectural conditions. These are pretty standard with what we see about breaking up visual expanses, creating active space, etc. We do have the last 2 conditions under that section are related to access. Number 10 is vehicular and pedestrian cross access shall be provided to adjacent properties. And number 11, public street access shall be by one of the 2 methods below. 11A, is abutting within 10 feet of the shared property line of 2524 and 2604 Kelly Road. And that property line's right here. Or further south on 2604 Kelly Road, property as a shared access easement in either case, or B, to existing West Village development streets. For non-residential mixed-use exteriors shall incorporate a variation of materials. The primary facade of the main building to be considered may include, and we have a list of 10 materials, again, typical with what we see with non-residential. Exterior materials not allowable as part of this development is vinyl siding, painted smooth-faced concrete block, and metal walls. Planning staff recommends approval of rezoning 19 CZ 23 for 2524 and 2604 Kelly Road with the conditions as offered by the applicant. The planning board heard this item at their June 8th, 2020 meeting and unanimously voted to recommend approval of the rezoning with the conditions as proposed by the applicant. The applicant agreed to remove condition 11C, which staff did not agree with. Just so you take you back, the 11 conditions that we were talking about were all related, or the number 11s rather, were related to access. So it was a condition that staff did not support related to access, and the applicant so removed that condition at planning board. Therefore, again, planning staff is recommending approval because the rezoning is reasonable, because the proposed mixed office residential retail conditional zoning district is generally consistent with the high-density office employment commercial services land use classification on the 2045 land use map. The proposed rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because it will allow the property to maintain the current single-family uses while allowing future development consistent with approved development adjacent to the subject properties. The proposed rezoning will maintain the character and appearance of the area and provide the flexibility to accommodate the growth in population, economy, and infrastructure consistent with that contemplated by the 2045 land use map. Be happy to answer any questions should you have them. The applicant, Brian Griffith, is also here with us tonight should you have questions for him.
All right. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, I will, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So I got to ask you about the entranceway thing that was, an issue for a while. I see the condition, I watched the planning board hearing, was eventually removed. Can you speak to, what's the preferred standard here for an entrance? I know the issue was the entrance or exit of this parcel was too close to a planned roundabout. What distance is it going to be now with this resulting condition, and how is that satisfactory?
Sure. So we're turned around a little bit.
Yeah.
So Kelly Road, 540, Old US 1. These are the street development here within West Village, and this orange here are the subject properties. Preferred access would probably be internally. Typically, that's what we like to see. However, a lot of that's going to depend on when these properties would be to develop, when that street is ready to go, et cetera. So there's a lot of timing. And again, we're at the rezoning stage and not at a site plan. There's nothing submitted as to what that site plan may or may not look like in the future.
Well, in condition 11A, was it proposed you would allow to create an entrance to the parcel from Kelly Road that's between the two, or not near the existing property line of the two? So assuming that entrance is the one used, what would the distance be to the roundabout, and what would the preferred distance be to the roundabout? And are we satisfied with that resulting layout?
Russell, do you recall what the distance?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll let Russell speak to that.
I mean, ideally, for a major entrance, we'd like to have about 500 feet. If you split the property lines, it's at about 400 feet. So what the applicant would like to do is have permission to move a little bit further north. So, if we're talking about an ideal world, yeah, it'd be nice to have a little further away. But, in a situation like this, I think it's a workable solution. I don't think it's going to cause any major issues as far as access on the roadway.
Okay, I guess my one observation is that the condition that the applicant originally had offered, 10C or 11C, was that he would temporarily have an entrance to Kelly, and then when the internal entrance became available, he would switch over to that.
Yeah.
Which I think there were issues about enforceability, and I get that. But now with that condition being gone, there. Now we're looking at a permanent entrance onto Kelly within the 500 feet that's preferred from the roundabout. So it appears that we might end up in a worse situation than had we stuck with 11C or something.
Well, I think what happened before was a misunderstanding. He thought what we were trying to say is giving him a substandard driveway. He didn't understand that the condition we conceded to was basically, instead of splitting the lot line, was to shift the driveway just far enough north to allow about 10 feet of separation from the property line. So it's roughly the same distance. I mean, you're talking about 20 feet of difference in, 400 feet of distance. It's not a whole lot. It's not really what we would consider a major difference from what we normally have with the property line. And our ordinances don't speak specifically to distances when it comes to driveways in cases like this. Ordinances do have some language concerning public street distances. So we're going by what we would consider as guidelines. So we have to maintain some flexibility, knowing that property lines don't necessarily line up exactly with the distances we think would be ideal for a situation like this.
But in 10 years from now, 20 years from now, when this is all built out, the entrance is probably going to be on Kelly now. It's not going to be the internal street, right?
Right, yeah, ideally, and we talked about this with the residential development too, ideally you get all the parcels together, you have a main entrance, everybody feeds into the main entrance, and you have a long distance between access points. It doesn't always work out that way, so what we do recommend in cases like this where you have smaller properties come in is they share access and provide as much distance as possible. Like in this case, it'll be around 400 feet or a little bit less than 400 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Do I have a motion to approve?
No.
Oh, that's right, I'm jumping ahead. All right, let me back up. So I'll go ahead and open up public hearing right now for comments. I don't have anyone signed up to speak tonight on this rezoning, so I'll close it and refer the matter back to council for discussion leading to a possible motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, motion to approve by Council Member Killingsworth.
I'll second it. Brett Gant.
Second. Council Member Gant. Discussion.
This entrance thing bugs me. Like we were in a position where we were potentially going to get an entrance with internal connection, and now it seems like we're getting an entrance solely on Kelly. I also have concerns about this being developed just independently from the West Village adjacent to it, and the consistency of the conditions with it. Ideally, I'd like to see these developed together, and for planning purposes. And I don't know how to properly incentivize that to make sure that in the future, we want people to know it's better to do it together. Because honestly, I think we're going to get a substandard outcome here.
Any other discussion? All right, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no?
No.
All right, so we have 4 yes and 1 no. No by Council Member Mahaffey. All right, so we'll move on now to public hearing number 4. Annexation number 685, 3036 New Hill, Holloman Road. Presented by Shelley Mayo.
Mr. Mayor, this is, you're hearing both 4 and 5 together.
Okay.
Good evening, y'all. As the mayor so kindly read out for me, this is located at 3036 New Hill, Holloman Road. That property, the mouse will work for me, is located down here in the southwesternmost corner of the town's jurisdiction. It's just a little bit to the east of the Wake Regional Water Reclamation Facility. Try saying that 5 times fast. The parcel in question is just shy of being an acre at 0.981. It's currently zoned Wake County Residential R30. Actually, I apologize. There's a small typo in my staff report. It's actually Wake County GB. There we go. Somehow I included the R30, and I apologize for that. The applicant is proposing that this be rezoned and annexed into the town's jurisdiction as medium-density conditional zoning. As this slide shows, it's currently just outside of the town's jurisdiction as we stand. The 2045 land use map shows this parcel within one of our neighborhood zones, one of our neighborhood amenity center and activity centers. The surrounding zoning districts are medium density conditional zoning to the west, north, and slightly to the south as well. Just directly south is additional Wake County GB, and across the street is Wake County's HD and the town's planned commercial conditional zoning. Just to give you an idea, this is directly across the street from the Town of Apex Fire Station number 2, and just across and up the street a little bit from the New Hill Community Center. It is also immediately adjacent to the approved Holloman Hills Master Subdivision Plan. The applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting on December 30th. That meeting report is attached to your staff report. This is consistent with the 2045 land use map because that does call for medium density residential as well. The zoning conditions that I'm about to read out to you are largely identical to what was approved with the rezoning conditions for the other parcels that made up Holloman Hills subdivision. That subdivision was approved in 2018. The zoning conditions for those were approved in 2017. The uses that the applicant's proposing are single family, park active, park passive, greenway, utility minor, accessory apartment, family care home, and recreation facility private. The first 7 conditions on the second page of your staff report are architectural in nature and are pretty much identical to what you see with every single family rezoning that comes in. There's just a couple on here that are a little bit different. Number 8 makes the buffer along New Hill Holloman Road a type A. That's identical to what was offered with the Holloman Hills parcels. This buffer right here is a type A as well, so that'll just be consistent across the frontage here. Number 9, the homes will be pre-wired for solar. 10 is a maximum of 4 single-family houses can be built on this property. It's just shy of an acre. The maximum density under MDCZ without a condition would be 7 units per acre, so that would allow this one to have a maximum potential of 6. The applicant is reducing that to keep these lots similar to what's shown in the adjacent subdivision, so that's going to be a maximum of 4 lots on this. So we're getting a slightly reduced density here. And then 11 is a condition that we worked out as staff in conjunction with the applicant, and this is an access and a road concern. Access to the property shall be served from the adjacent public street, so Briar Hill Road. This kind of odd section here is actually all right-of-way. When we worked with the earlier subdivision planners, we worked that out with them so that this could connect right through to there if it ever got developed. We didn't have that one. We didn't have a pre-app or anything at that time. We were just trying to make sure that there wouldn't be a spite strip of any kind right there. So either through Briar Hill Road to the north and or through the adjacent property to the south here with access to Church Road and not served directly off of New Hill Holloman Road. The connections are just too close here. If we allowed a second one right there, it wouldn't work. Planning staff recommends approval of the rezoning as shown. Planning board heard this at their meeting last week, and they also unanimously recommended approval. If you have any questions, I am more than happy to answer them for you. The applicant's also here if you have questions for him.
I'm not sure if this is a question for you or the applicant, but is it possible to incorporate these homes in the HOA that's coming for the adjacent one? That ship already
I know that that's a conversation they're having, but they haven't finalized that yet. He can speak more to that in a moment if you'd like.
Okay. What's the state of that subdivision in terms
Currently
of
under construction. It's under
It's
construction
never
right
been
now.
solar occupied though yet, right?
Nope, not yet. We haven't platted the first phase yet. I'm anticipating that should happen within the next month or so. The first plat for the first lots to become legal lots, which precedes any kind of building permits or anything. That first plat is under review right now.
Is it Is it a plan for a cul-de-sac here or a stub through to the next property?
We haven't gotten to that detail yet. It's not something that we would normally address until we see a subdivision plan.
Can you speak to, I was a little confused, the neighborhood, the little circle, the inn on the master plan, how does that interact with what you guys are looking for and what we're looking for in this area versus just the medium density that we have kind of as a baseline?
So what we're looking for in this area is enough residential to support a certain amount of commercial that goes along with that, and I think it's something like a maximum of either 50 or 100,000 square feet of retail. And it's not just this area, it's within about a mile of this circle. So I could pull up the larger 2045 plan for you, and it would go all the way up to the main intersection between Old One and New Hill Holloman. I think it's New Hill Olive Chapel on that side. But what we're looking at is commercial, but also enough residential to be able to support that commercial in this general area, which is one of the reasons why staff is recommending approval. It'll add some additional housing and residential out here to support that anticipated commercial.
With the idea that the part to the south there is what's going to be the commercial area? Or is it the blue part too?
What we're anticipating as being commercial and possibly some industrial. That's what the two shades are here. Unless it's either purple or blue, and I think it's purple.
Okay. And
just because that's closer to the intersection with new US 1.
Would this development be required to build a sidewalk or side path on New Hill Holloman as part of this?
That's something that I would have to, Russell says yes.
So they got the sidewalk, then they got the buffer, and then the homes. Okay. Or side path, whatever. Okay.
Oops, I'm going the wrong direction. I think. There we go. Okay.
Any other questions?
I'll give the applicant an opportunity to speak then. Alonzo. Oh, actually.
How you doing, Mr. Wilson?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council. Shirley has presented it, and I think she's done a wonderful job, and I also thank Shirley for working with me to get it to this point. And I've tried to comply with the land plan use and bring something forward that you would approve. So I just ask for your support and approval of this, what's been presented. And if there's any other further questions that I can answer, I'll be glad to.
I have a question. So notice in the neighborhood packet, there was a question related to whether the housing was going to be, they said low-income housing, and then in parentheses it said subsidized housing, which I think there needs to be a glossary of terms around like these different things and what they mean. But, you know, the answer was that's not the intent of the developer or the intent of the builder. And so, but then Ms. Mayo just spoke about, you know, housing and commercial to support that. And so I think in thinking about that, if we have commercial or non-residential, we got to think about, can people who work there be able to afford the housing there? And so since it was mentioned in the neighborhood report, I just wanted to flag that to see, you know, if it's not about, if there's not an intent to provide anything that's affordable or lower income, how it's said by the person in the neighborhood meeting, you know, is there a thought to making sure there's can be a live work right there, which is a great quality of life. Oh, yeah.
Make sure I'm understanding what you're asking is the price point of the houses, whether or not they'll be affordable.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just going by what in the neighborhood meeting, the question was, will this include low-income subsidized? And I'm doing air quotes for people that are not present, like subsidized housing is which is different things. It doesn't have to be the same. Then the response was, that's not the intent?
No.
Okay, but then we just spoke about commercial to support homes. And so when we have commercial, somebody works there, so we want somebody to live there. So my question is, was there thought about a live-work situation, and is that going to work well together? Or we trying to attract a higher income? I'm just trying to figure out what the.
Completely understand, and it's an excellent question. With the size of this particular parcel, that wasn't something that we discussed. With Holloman Hills originally, the plan was that those were going to be, and it wasn't a zoning condition per se, but that the size of the lots was going to make these on the more affordable side, because they're 40-foot wide lots, and with 5 feet on either side, that leaves you with a 30-foot wide buildable area. Generally, that's going to be a single-car garage house. Typically speaking, a double-car garage will add $40,000 to $50,000 onto the price point of a house. Single car, if it's built, is approximately half that. The intent was for it to be something along those lines, but not necessarily fit within any of the standard definitions. As we continue to see development out here, that's definitely something that staff can look into. It's just that with the size of this particular rezoning, we thought that would be an undue burden.
Thank you.
But we will definitely keep that in mind.
I think it's important during neighborhood meetings to educate people on what those different things mean too.
Completely agree.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
What are the price points on these homes expected?
We don't have that information. Staff is actually not allowed to ask that information up front. It's a legal thing, because some towns, not ours, in the past have actually used that to bolster their property values by not approving anything that's under a certain amount. So that's actually a Supreme Court case situation. So we don't ask that question. We can get an idea by looking at the elevations, but we don't generally ask that question.
Thank you both for answering the question.
You're welcome.
I have a question. Are there any conditions around tree replacements? I was by the property today and saw that looked like there was quite a few trees on the property.
Not offered as of the moment. If the applicant would like to offer a condition about tree replacement, he can do that. I'm just clarifying what's in staff.
I'm willing to take a look at that once I bring my site plan in for approval. Right now, we're going for the zoning and the annexation. We have not did a actual site development plan for the houses themselves. So I don't know if that's something you're asking that I would consider now.
I am asking, would you be willing to consider that now?
Yes, I would consider it. I mean, it's a small development, and the thing that goes back to making it an affordable or economy housing development is the land cost out there, and then with some of the mitigations I had to do with that piece of property, as far as to satisfy the environmental part of it, my cost in it now, that's what I'm wrestling with now, as far as trying to keep the price points where they are affordable. My whole intent, and I was involved in the initial concept of that development of the development that's going on out there now, and my initial concept was to make that a affordable housing project, or part of an affordable housing project, but I lost control of the site and I can no longer do that. For future, just for future information, I do have other properties that I've targeted in that area for economic housing or affordable housing, because that's where the growth is for that area. So back to your question, yeah, I would consider that. But
Would you consider a similar condition that we've had presented earlier this evening, such as like replacing trees of greater 18 inches of diameter or greater?
Deciduous trees, right?
Deciduous
If I
trees.
recall, the condition for the Wolf Pud property was that any deciduous trees 18 inches in diameter or larger would be replaced with one similar species of an 1.5 inch diameter caliber to meet the DUDO standards. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So that would mean that if you have to clear any deciduous trees that are 18 inches or larger, then you would have to plant back a similar number.
That wouldn't be a problem. I mean, yeah, I'm okay with that.
Any other questions for Mr. Wilson? All right, thank you. All right, I'll go ahead and open up public hearing for comments. For number 4, I don't have anyone signed up. For number 5, Mr. Wilson, do you need any extra time to speak tonight? Do you need any extra time to speak tonight? Okay. All right, with that being said, I'll go ahead and close public hearing for these two and refer it back to council for discussion, leading to a possible motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by council member.
With the
New condition.
With the new condition.
Ones that were offered previously.
Yes,
And that's the annexation and the rezoning.
correct. All the above.
All the above. All right, motion made by council member Killingsworth. Do I have a second?
Who was it?
Councilmember
It was
Gann.
Gann.
Second,
Yeah, I did.
council member Gann. All right. Further discussion on this item, these items.
I think this area is going to be really nice when this is all said and done, by the way. I'm excited to see kind of the progress, and I know some people maybe gotten pushed out a little bit, which is the bad part about this, but overall, I think it's going to be a nice area once this all goes in.
Yeah, I agree, and I think this is actually a really great property to be developed and rezoned at this time, because it'll, given the current condition of the property, it'll be it'll be very helpful to the adjacent subdivision being built to have this also developed at the same time and the same standard together. It's a good time to do it now, so happy to support it.
Very good. Any other discussion on it? All right, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no? All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Is everybody okay?
I'm still rocking.
You good? Okay.
We're all right.
All right. All right, we're here, public hearing number 6 now, rezoning case number 20CZ03, James Street. Presented by Lauren Stoudemire.
All right, good evening. This is rezoning case 20CZ03, located at 1200 James Street. The property is located in this general eastern area of Apex. The property to be rezoned is 4.09 acres and is located on the east side of Shiflin Road, north of Energy Drive, and adjacent as well as on James Street. The property is adjacent to the Peak City Business Park, or the overall Shiflin Industrial Park non-residential master subdivision. The property currently contains an existing residential structure and pond. The property is currently zoned medium-density residential. The adjacent zonings are to the north, medium density, to the east and south, light industrial, and to the west, you have medium density and mobile home park. The applicant is proposing to rezone this property to Tech Flex conditional zoning. The 2045 land use map identifies the proposed site as industrial employment and office employment. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the land use map designation. The applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting on January 22nd, 2020, and a copy of the neighborhood report is in your packet. A full list of the proposed uses are included on page 2 of the staff report. Uses such as veterinary clinic or hospital, medical or dental office or clinic, office business or professional, personal services, health fitness center or spa, restaurant general, and microbrewery. The applicant has provided 3 architectural conditions specific for non-residential buildings and 1 related to keeping the proposed elevations compatible with the existing Peak City Business Park development. A full listing starts on page 2 of the staff report. There are a few other proposed conditions I would like to point out. Access to this parcel shall be served from Energy Drive. No direct access shall be permitted to Shiflin Road or James Street. The broadcasting station, radio and television recording studio shall not use towers that exceed 30 feet in height. To summarize the next few zoning conditions, uses associated with building supplies wholesales, retail sales bulky goods, and vehicle sales rental light shall be limited to indoor storage only. The parcel associated to the property we're talking about shall be incorporated in the non-residential master subdivision plan for Shiflin Industrial Park. Public art will be provided on site by the developer consistent with UDO section 8.4.5. The use school, public or private, shall not exceed 9,000 square feet. The buildings shall not be addressed to James Street or Shiflin Road. Approval of the rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because it will provide an opportunity for non-residential uses to serve the surrounding area while being incorporated into the Peak City Business Park, or known as the Shiflin Industrial Non-Residential Master Subdivision Plan. The proposed rezoning will maintain the character and appearance of the area and provide uses similar to those approved for the adjacent non-residential subdivision. Planning Board heard this item at their June 8th meeting and unanimously recommended approval with the additional condition offered by the applicant. Planning staff can recommend approval with conditions as offered by the applicant. I'll be happy to answer any questions as well as our applicant.
I have one question. Can you explain what a pilot plant is?
Yes. I actually have the definitions printed out just in case.
I think that's the first time I've seen it attached to a rezoning.
Pardon me while I look.
Take your time.
It's a facility in which processes planned for use and production elsewhere is tested. So I'm assuming something along the lines with manufacturer as well as lab. So.
Any other questions for Lauren?
That was a great question.
So there was an issue with one of the residents on James Street that was brought up in the neighborhood meeting. It was discussed briefly on the planning board. And there was the theory was that the condition offered to only allow access Energy Drive would satisfy the concerns of that neighbor. Has there any follow-up? Have we heard from that neighbor to know if that's the case, that they're satisfied with that outcome?
I have not, but the applicant can probably speak to that.
Okay. Applicant will come up. Please, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Patrick Kiernan from Jones & Knosson Engineering, located in downtown Apex at 221 North Salem Street. On behalf of our clients, Peak City Partners, I would like to thank you for your time and consideration tonight for the rezoning petition of 1200 James Street, as Lauren just outlined. We would also like to express our gratitude towards town staff for all their help along the way. Lauren in particular has been fantastic to work with. And so as not to reiterate what you have gone over, I'll just make a couple points, then I'll be available for any questions you might have. Mr. Mahaffey, to answer your question, that neighbor reached out to us prior to planning board, and I had assured her that the access off of Energy Drive should be basically, that would be what says that the addressing would then be off Energy Drive. After discussing that with her, that was not satisfactory to her. She was still very concerned with the potential tampering of mail. If businesses were then addressed off of James Street, would that be a problem? So we went further to add a condition at planning board meeting last week that strictly says that addressing would not be served off of James Street. I think in particular it says that it would be served off of Energy Drive, which is the intent, given the underlying condition that this would be incorporated into the Peak City Business Park. All the other addresses within that park are off of Energy Drive, so that would be consistent. But of course, now that there's a condition that has been offered, that would be, set in stone, so to speak. Firstly, I would like to add one other condition to the rezoning, which relates to site lighting, and I will read that off for you now. Only full cutoff lighting fixtures with external house side shields on pole-mounted lighting shall be allowed along the northern property line. The lighting from these fixtures shall be extinguished no later than 11 p.m. or close of business, whichever is later. And I have this written consent for the zoning condition signed right here if you guys need to see it. Otherwise, we'll provide it after. It was not specifically mentioned in Lauren's report, but the existing pond on site will in fact be drained prior to development. At the neighborhood meeting in January, it came to our attention that there is a pre-existing flooding issue on the north side of James Street, on the north side of a culvert that feeds the pond, due to excessive water levels on the pond. So we had two outside consultants, Sage Environmental and Foster Pond and Lake Management, review the pre-existing conditions, and the decision was made to drain the pond, both to resolve the drainage and flooding issues upstream, as well as resolve long-term maintenance concerns with the pond water level, as beavers have made a habit redamming up, the outlet pipe anytime it has, the water level has been lowered. For what it's worth, I've been told that the fish in the pond prior to draining would be harvested and donated for food. Mentioned the additional condition about the addressing off of Energy Drive. I sent a follow-up email to that property owner explaining how that went about. I had not received any feedback on it, but hopefully the concerns were heard. Other than that, I would just like to reiterate that this property, once it, if upon rezoning, we would go through the process of reincorporating it into the Shufflin Industrial Park, which is now Peak City Business Park. So if you have not been through there, I would, offer to drive down Energy Drive, and you can see some of the buildings that have been erected so far that are already being, have already been filled, and that'll give you a good idea of the style and architecture of the buildings and what we, foresee being on this subject property. Other than that, I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Can you speak to, maybe it's beyond the zoning part, but if that whole intersection is realigned with the Peakway expansion going through there, will the site be designed in a way that will be able to take advantage of more of that land, or is it going to be just current conditions type of design?
That was, we had kind of gone down that route of investigating. There was too much uncertainty, and then obviously with the pond draining, what would go along with that would be waiting a certain amount of time after the pond draining to see environmentally what comes of that, whether a stream, how the channel reforms, whether there's wetlands that would reform. And because of that, we have basically, our intent is to the whole, the western side of the site, basically from the channel that would reform over, we would leave as open space. So we do not plan to put any buildings or anything on that corner. What happens to that land, I don't know exactly where it goes back to, if it goes to the town or if it, how it gets divvied up. Once the right-of-way kind of carves out a new parcel, I'm not sure exactly what happens to that land. So at least for now, obviously no layout has been considered, but with the addressing and with the access being from Energy Drive, the thought would be that that building would essentially front Energy Drive and not necessarily be kind of a corner feature of the intersection, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Is it possible, once the pond is redrained or drained, it would become a smaller pond?
It could definitely become a wetland, which, who knows what shape that would become. It was contemplated draining it and creating a new stormwater pond, but for the sake of amenities that they have sort of planned on site, there's another location for a stormwater pond that they have basically, kind of agreed to, or, we've kind of gone down that route. So probably not, but really it's just kind of a wait and see, how it kind of reforms a little bit.
Any other questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'll go ahead and open up public hearing for this item, and no one has signed up, so I'll close public hearing.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry, before you close the public hearing, there is one recorded
Okay.
comment, and I will note that the text for this recording was received on the 5th of June, so that's the Friday before the planning board meeting and the work that the applicant has done with this particular citizen who happens to be the neighbor. But Mr. Smith has that when you're ready for it, Mr. Mayor.
Please, thank you.
This comment is from Angie Gartner, a property owner and resident living at 1209 James Street in Apex. She writes, I am writing to express my concerns regarding the proposed rezoning and development of property at 1200 James Street, Apex. The concern is based on these potential and probable negative effects. Number 1, the loss of neighborhood and community character. Number 2, a decrease in the market value of my home. Number 3, increased traffic congestion adding to an already dangerous situation on Shiflin Road at James Street. Number 4, increased traffic-related risk to human life as at least 2 school bus stops are located at Shiflin Road and James Street. Number 5, if the property retains its 1200 James Street address, there will be inevitable increased traffic on James Street, whether access to 1200 James is available or not. The 1200 block of James Street is a single-lane, soft surface, or not paved street. Errant traffic is funneled up the street to the only turnaround location in front of my house. Any additional traffic will result in rapid street deterioration, congestion, pollution, and potential obstruction to emergency and utility services. Number 6. Given the statement above, there is a real concern that our U.S. Postal Service can be compromised. The mailbox bank for all residents is currently mounted at the present entrance to the petitioner's property. Additional vehicular and pedestrian traffic exposes our mail to tampering and loss. Number 7, the destruction of green space and mature trees, as well as driving animals out of the area onto Shiflin Road, causing accidents. Number 8, once the property is rezoned, the developer can change the original concept within the approved TF-CZ zoning. In light of these concerns, I request that a traffic study be conducted to assess impact on current residents, potential customers, and wildlife. I also request that the property address be changed to indicate the access point from Energy Drive. It is unknown how the petitioners plan to enforce, quote, no direct access shall be permitted to Shiflin Road or James Street, end quote. A detailed plan needs to be developed and studied. Respectfully, Angie Gartner.
Thank you. All right, so public hearing is closed officially now. And I refer to council for further discussion, lead to a possible motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve, and I would also like to say that I appreciate you investigating what you heard at the neighborhood meeting, knowing that there are issues with flooding and things like that, and concerns of the neighbors. You've obviously listened to the concerns, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Second, Brett. Yeah.
All right. So I have a motion by Councilmember Killersworth, second by Councilmember Gant. Further discussion? All right.
Too late to ask a question?
No, you're good. I knew you were going to ask one, so.
All right, man. In response to what I just heard, can we make the statement that we're certain that none of the vehicles associated with the development of this site are going to touch that cul-de-sac on James Street? That it should be obvious, right? I think there's no need to, but you can say.
Given the two conditions that are there, I think that should pretty much enforce that.
Yeah. Like no dump trucks going to go there, no.
Right, that's correct.
No machinery, okay. Thank you.
So, that is one important, yeah. I guess with the pond draining permit, there's an existing driveway.
Yeah.
That would be the most accessible, most efficient way to get onto the site. That would be the only time it was used. It's just for trucks to get access for the pond draining. After that, there would be no permanent access, no trucks, no service vehicles or anything would ever use it beyond that. So just on that,
Okay, so where would the longer-term construction access be once the pond is drained and you're actually grading and building?
Yeah, that's a good question. So on Energy Drive, on the south side of Energy Drive, there are site plans that have been approved by the town of Apex, and there is an entrance basically right across the street from kind of the eastern edge of that pond almost. So our thought right now, without, obviously a detailed layout, is that the entrance would be straight across from that, just to keep, all the entrances kind of lined up with each other and not have, staggered entrances. So if that's where wherever the entrance is, that would be where the construction entrance for the site would be. So once it actually gets time to development of the site, everything would be off of Energy Drive, even construction entrances.
Okay, thank you.
Can you follow up with that resident to communicate that, or have you already?
I did send a follow-up email. I had not received any reply yet, but I would probably reach out to that one and the gentleman that attended the meeting and just let them know how this meeting tonight went, just so they're aware.
I would appreciate it.
Sure,
Just
yeah.
let them know we've heard their concerns.
Yeah, absolutely.
You hear their concerns,
Mhm.
and you're going to minimize the impact to construction traffic.
Sure.
Yep, thank you.
Okay.
So before you go, I had one more question.
Mm-hmm.
She mentioned her thinking that her property value was going to decrease, and so
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know whether these other things that you've done help mitigate that for her.
I think so. It seemed like the crux of it was all traffic study things were noted, and I think there was either the thought that maybe the access would still come off James Street, or the addressing. After speaking with her on the phone, I think those two conditions alleviated almost all of her concerns. I mean, property values, that's something that's a little bit out of my element as to how that progresses. But I think keeping everybody off of their street, that's kind of what we're offering to minimize that.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead and call for the vote. All right. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. All right, that passed unanimously. All right, we've been going now for about 2.5. If you would, just give us about a 10-minute break. Thank you.
No, I have it for you. Yeah, unless you want to give me an extra copy. Okay. Nah, we're good. Yeah, no problem.
In the suspense for this
had to go
annexation request, by the way.
Just you didn't know somebody.
We're ready to roll.
I'll stay through hers, and then I'm out.
Yeah, that's fair.
We're back in session. We have public hearing number 7, annexation 689, 1121 Twin Creek Road, presented by Diane Kent.
All right, so this is in our northernmost part of our jurisdiction. It is a single-family property, about 3 acres in size, and there's a single-family house on the property. They are looking to get town services, water and sewer. You can see that they're adjacent to existing corporate limits. Staff does recommend approval of the annexation.
Any questions? All right. No questions? I'll open up public hearing on this item. We have no one signed up, so I'll close public hearing and refer the matter to council for further discussion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Mayor Pro Tem
Dozier,
Williams.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Second by Councilmember Killisworth. Further, any discussion? All right, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. All right, it passed unanimously. We move on to public hearing number 8, annexation 690, west of 540 and south of Spire Bend.
All right, so this is for Janix Green. This again is in the northern part of our jurisdiction, a little further west. It's right next to 540 and the Greenmore subdivision. You can see right there. Janix Green was an approved subdivision plan, and they do need to have their annexation approved in order to get their construction plan signed, and that's so that they can get town water and sewer. Staff recommends approval of this annexation.
Questions? All right, I'll open the public hearing. No one signed up. I'll close public hearing. Refer the matter back to council for discussion, lead to a possible motion to approve.
Motion to approve?
I second it.
Motion to approve by Councilmember Gant, second by Councilmember
Stallings.
Stallings. All right, further discussion. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. All right, passed unanimously. We move on to public hearing number 9. Various amendments to the Unified Development Ordinance presented by Amanda Bond.
Good evening.
Good evening.
We have two amendments for you tonight. I'll pause after the first one to take questions in case you have any. So the first amendment is to the table of intensity and dimensional standards for the Small Town Character Overlay District. And the purpose of this amendment is to increase the maximum height allowed within the Central Business District to 3 stories and 50 feet, subject to specific standards. So currently, the maximum height is 2 stories and 36 feet. And during the downtown plan process, there were a couple of sites identified that have the potential for an additional floor to add, to possibly have the ability to have more square footage brought to downtown, which benefits, all of the businesses. And so the proposal is to add that additional story, subject to the following conditions. The existing structure is not contributing to the historic district, so we don't want a modification that would be not typical or not in keeping with the Secretary of Interior guidelines. Number 2, the existing or proposed building shall be located on Salem Street. The existing or proposed building is located on the corner of 2 public streets or a public street and a public lane. Number 4, the 3rd story shall be set back at least 18 feet from the property line along the front facade. So this helps to reduce the impact for the pedestrian of that additional height. And number 5, open air rooftop dining shall be exempt from the height calculation. I will say that we did receive feedback from CAP, who we consult with for historic preservation purposes, and they were not in favor of the additional story of height, citing Standard 9 of the Secretary of Interior Standards for Rehabilitation. Staff does not believe that standard applies to situations that would be new construction, and with the conditions that we've written, basically eliminating it from possibility for applying to contributing structures, and I'll read that standard to you. New additions, exterior alterations, or related new construction shall not destroy historic materials that characterize the property. The new work shall be differentiated from the old and compatible with the massing size, scale, and architectural features to protect the historic integrity of the property and its environment. So I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have on this item. Okay. And the last amendment is simply a change to references to titles for the stormwater and utility engineering manager position was essentially divided into 2 different positions, one of those being the environmental engineering manager. And so most of the references in the UDO will change to that position title. And there's one reference in section 721 that will change, that is proposed to change to the water resources director. The planning board heard these amendments at their meeting last week and unanimously recommended approval.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Box? All right. All right, I'll open up public hearing on this item. No sign-ups tonight, so I'll close public hearing, refer it back to council for discussion, lead to a possible motion.
I mean, unless folks want to separate them out, I'm fine with making a motion to approve the amendments as presented.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Dozier, second by Councilmember Killingsworth. All right. Discussion?
I think that 3rd floor is going to be, if the buildings come that way, I think it'll be more exciting than scary, I think, for the historic area. And, contribute to the whole vibe of downtown tremendously, I think, so I'm excited about that.
I agree. The rooftop. Yeah.
That too, yeah, that'll be good.
Nice.
I mean, I'm less sure that it won't be scary, but I will say, like, this is a concept.
What do you mean?
This is a concept that was presented in our downtown plan and presented to everyone, and everyone saw it. And to my knowledge, there really hasn't been a huge amount of pushback to it. So I'm okay tonight with approving this because it's consistent with what we saw in the downtown plan that we all went through that huge process for. Well, we'll see how it goes.
All right.
just want to do rezonings, is that it?
All right, anything further? All right, I'll take a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. All right, that passed unanimously. Thank you. We'll move down now to new business 1. Possible motion to approve implementation of Adopt a Park, Adopt a Trail program. The man himself, Director John Brown.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Pleased to share with you tonight a proposed program that will give citizens an opportunity to become more involved in the community with our parks and our greenways, helping keep them clean, helping us understand when there are things that need to be maintained. We had hoped to get this to you about a year ago, and for different reasons, that didn't happen. As most of you know, we're working with about 20 different developments right now with public greenway sections. And so this seems like a really good time to get something like this in place. And I've got with me our Park Operations Manager, Craig Setzer. You folks know him. All the credit for developing this program goes to him and his folks. They did quite a bit of work. They're the ones that work with the scout groups, the civic groups, the different neighborhood groups that want to do things in the parks. Very involved with Think Apex Day. And so we wanted to bring this to you tonight and share it with you. He's got a couple signs he's going to show you. And if you have any questions, we'll be glad to try to answer.
I don't know if you want to pass them around or what.
Thank you. Ready? Thank you.
So the color scheme is on the signs. Potentially it'll change, but that's the gist of what we're looking at right now. We'll do one for parks, we'll do one for trails, and I can answer any questions that you may have.
I saw it already. You don't need to see it. Hold it up.
Hold it up so Terry can see it. Okay.
And the difference.
Have him do his best man of white. If that'll help, but y'all really don't want to see that.
Hey, John, when I was, or Craig, when I was reading through this, I was thinking about the scenario. I think it's great, by the way, I love it. But if a neighborhood or business does this and then says, I want to go big and like install some public art in one of the parks or along the greenway, I didn't quite see in this, I'm not sure this is the right venue for this or the right program for this, but I was imagining some kind of matching funds the town would do and work with that business owner or neighborhood and the public art committee or whatever to kind of incorporate like a big improvement like that into the park or a greenway. Could that be part of this program? Is like
Sure, I think so. I think they're probably two different programs. If it was public art or something like that, we would follow the process that you guys have already set in the public art plan. If a neighborhood wanted to do it, we'd bring it to you, let you look at it, let you approve it, let you know what it's going to be, and then we can certainly incorporate that into this as well.
Okay.
I have one question. To your knowledge, are there any groups that are excluded from participating in this?
No, we wouldn't exclude anybody. I think there's language in there, if you look, though, that does give priority to Apex-based groups and Apex residents first.
Okay.
And so we would, but no, we wouldn't exclude anybody that wanted to do it and could do it correctly and, follow the program. We wouldn't have any problem with it.
Okay.
Are you asking if you want to exclude or you don't want to exclude?
Don't want to exclude, no. I just wanted to make sure that was the case.
I can think of some people I want to exclude.
Me too.
Yeah,
So-
I don't want to list them, but there's groups out there that may not represent the values of the town that we wouldn't want necessarily to have a sign in the middle of a park saying, hey, we adopt this trail.
Well, I think what we would do, Councilman Havey, in that case is if we saw somebody or had a concern about it, we would certainly bring that to the forefront and bring that to you and
And there is an
get input
application
on that.
process, so we will receive an application, and we'll know what corporation or individual or civic group, whoever it may be, that would come in and actually request to adopt a park or a trail. So those would be conversations I'd have with them because they come through me first. So.
Have you had a situation where you've had, competing groups where you had to turn somebody down?
We haven't. We take as many people as we can get to help out, so it's, we've had a lot of cooperation within our community, so it's been a really good thing so far for just volunteer purposes.
If you did have a line of people, would the neighborhood, like HOA adjacent to the trail, would that get the first dibs in this?
Well, right now it would be first come, first serve if they're Apex residents and they commit to the year that we're asking them to commit to. So the maximum amount of time that they would have to commit or be able to commit is 2 years. So after that 2-year mark, then we move on to somebody else.
Okay.
Thank you for doing this. I think it's a great idea. Great idea.
Well, we're excited about it, and we think that it'll give the community a real opportunity to get involved and give back. And, like I said, Think Apex Day, I think, is a great example of some of the contributions that different groups have made into parks and on the greenways and, that kind of thing. And a lot of groups reach out to us.
All right, any other questions? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank
All right.
Thank you.
All right, do I have a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve.
Motion.
For Stallings.
All right, thank you.
Second, Dozier.
We're musical there.
All right. All right, discussion. All right, I'll take a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. All right, it passed unanimously. We'll move to new business number 2. Discussion and possible motion to make a $20,000 contribution to Apex Chamber of Commerce, Apex Sunrise Rotary Club Angel Fund, a $20,000 contribution to the Apex Chamber of Commerce for their operational expenses, and to approve budget amendment number 19 to appropriate fund balance to cover these unbudgeted expenditures. Manager Drew Havens.
You summed it up very well.
Thank you, sir.
So the Chamber of Commerce has asked if the town would consider a $20,000 contribution to their Angel Fund, which is a program designed to provide grants to businesses of up to $3,500. This is an effort they're doing in cooperation with the Apex Sunrise Rotary Club, and Shannon Flaherty's here. She can provide more details with that. So they're looking to make the grants fairly soon. They need a little more money for that, for the Angel Fund. This was a request that we received about a month ago or so, and we've got some of the details that you have in front of you now. The second part of the request is an additional $20,000 for the operational expenses of the Apex Chamber of Commerce. So that's the second part of this. So there's $20,000 for the Angel Fund, $20,000 for the Chamber of Commerce operational expenses, and you have that information in your staff report as well. And I'm not going to answer a lot of questions about the operation of the Chamber. Ms. Flaherty's here, and she'd be happy to answer your questions.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, yes, Executive Director Shannon Flaherty, come on up.
How are y'all doing?
All
Thank you
right.
so much. Thank you so much. It's good to see y'all. So, again, I'm Shannon Flaherty, the Executive Director of the Chamber, as Mr. Havens has said. So we come to you with our first request is to request a $20,000 contribution to our Angel Fund. We've been working on this. Gosh, it's probably been over a month now. We are short of our goal of $200,000. Initially, I didn't even think to reach out to the town for support, but our neighboring communities, they kind of supported their chambers of the chamber and the initiatives in Fuquay, Varina, and Holly Springs, and I thought, why not our town as well? I know you provided a loan program for the local businesses, and I know that I believe you guys had like 120 something applicants, so that is awesome. This would obviously in no way replace that because the dollar amount is a lot less, up to $3,500 in a grant that they would not have to pay back. We received 52 applications. We went through them actually yesterday just to kind of look and see, what businesses were actually completely closed, what businesses were open, but they lost all their clients. What businesses were still able to do some work, but lost their, 80% of their revenue. As you can imagine, they're hurting out there. So we just thought we could do our little part, just a little part, and to help make a difference in the lives of some of these businesses that have been affected through no fault of their own, and thought it would be nice to partner with the town, and that's where the request comes for that. Do I need to stop with that and then go into the next request, or with the?
Just want to point out one thing. I
Yeah.
believe this is correct for the criteria for the Angel Fund.
Yes.
They don't have to be a Chamber of Commerce member.
Absolutely not. And that was one of the things I would like to follow up on, thank you, Mayor, is that when the pandemic, and it was like, the sky just fell out, it seemed, right, the bottom of everything, we immediately, I actually have Clay right here who works for me, we actually kind of got together, like, what can we do first and foremost for the businesses of Apex? Not about our members anymore, it's about the businesses. And so we got together and we got a list of business restaurants, and we just kind of put this list out there, and we asked the community, give us names of businesses that that aren't chamber members. We created that. We also created a Facebook page that any business could post anything about their business. We obviously, our members are important, but at when the community is in a crisis, you got to come together, and so that's what we've done, and we continue to do. Another thing, as we've started to slowly open back up, we've created signs around town, open for business, and even better, I don't know if you've seen some of the signs. Again, it's not about a member, it's about businesses, and we want to be the voice for all businesses, obviously our members, but for all businesses, because it's a time we need to support each other. So, yeah, so you have to be located in Apex. We are giving consideration to some to chamber members that are outside of Apex. We do have a handful, not a lot. We did receive a couple applications from outside of Apex, but those folks were chamber members. You have to be independently owned and operated, and that does include nonprofits as well. And yeah, so I mean the criteria was very simple. We didn't want to stress folks out like the PPP loans and the pages and pages and pages of documentation. Really just to help maybe with rent, utilities, just a small amount to try to help make a difference and relieve some stress. So that's where that request comes from. The other request, I'm sure from an operating standpoint, I'm not sure you've helped nonprofits in that way before, but we thought we would reach out to the council and to the mayor again. One of the things that the chamber does is obviously promote the economic vitality of our community, and not only that, the quality of life within the Apex community. We do a ton of different events, not just for our members, but also for the community as a whole, in support for the town. Some of the things we do, teacher appreciation, which many of you, I think all of you have probably attended that event. We also do a first responders brunch for our first responders this year. It's going to look a little different, but we're still going to do it. We also do a book bag bonanza fundraising effort to raise funds that we give back to the local Apex schools. And based on the free and reduced lunch rate, we award the schools a financial gift, and also backpacks as well for the schools, for the elementary schools. Other things that we do, obviously, you all know, we hold a candidates forum on behalf of the community. So we're not only just member-centric, we're also community-minded as well. As you can imagine, the chamber has taken a huge hit as well with the state of our economy. Many of our members can't renew, and we're not letting them go either, because this is the time where they need us. And so we've made an agreement with my board that we, starting in March, we're not, unless someone says, please take me off the list, then that's different. But I think in the last 3.5 months, maybe 3 people have asked to be removed. But as you can imagine, our revenues down in April was 71.9%. May, 76.49%, and so far in June, 48.31%, which we anticipate to keep rising. As you can imagine, we're event-centric, and we can't do any events right now. We've done the best we can with holding events online, whether it's hosting just all kinds of different speakers that we've tried to have happy hours just to kind of keep the morale up. Again, you didn't have to be a chamber member for that as well, but you can't really charge for things like that. So we're doing the best we can. Obviously, our expenses are lower, obviously, with not having events, but so that's where that request comes. And I just want to end with, obviously, we're grateful for any assistance at all. That was just a number that we put out there, but for the Angel Fund and also for the chamber, we'd appreciate any consideration. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Flaherty?
Ms. Flaherty, I have a couple questions.
Yes, ma'am.
If we gave or approved the 20,000 for the Angel Fund, would that help you meet your goal? Would your goal then be met, or?
No, we'll be, yeah, we've hit it, we've missed it by a long mark. But that's okay though, because we'll still, it'll be such a difference in, I mean, right now, we're only like around 12. I mean, it was definitely came in a lot lower than, we just got $5,000 from the Sunrise Rotary Foundation. I mean, it just, I don't know if it was just bad timing or what, but either way, I think when someone's hurting, $500 check is appreciated just as much as a, $10,000 check. You know what I mean? When you're hurting. So unfortunately, no, we haven't been as successful as our neighboring towns. So.
And did I read that maybe $20,000 to the chamber would help sustain you over your summer months?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Flaherty?
Do you have any specific numbers about the contributions of neighboring municipalities to their respective angel funds? I've heard some numbers, but I don't have the hard numbers in front of me.
I don't have Fuquays, but I know that the town of Holly Springs did match up to $15,000. Yep. And I can get the number for the Fuquay. I want to say it was between 15 and 20, but I can get that information and share that with y'all.
But just one difference for clarification, these businesses could apply for our emergency loan program, but they would have to pay that back, whereas this would be grant.
Exactly. This would be 100% grant, yep. And our goal would be, if we were to receive additional funding from the town, I have an executive board meeting in the morning that I would ask my board if we could front essentially to the Angel Fund, since that is 100% tax deductible, and go ahead and get that, so we can try to get this money out to these folks by the week's end, if possible. Yep. So.
Any other questions? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Motion to approve by Mayor
Dozier.
Dozier. Second by Councilmember Killingsworth. All right. Any discussion?
I have some thoughts.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you.
No, you're good.
Thank you. So I'm pleased to see this request come through. I've been waiting for it, actually. And ever since it was announced, I was like, well, I've been looking for opportunities for the town to get involved and try to provide relief. And this is a great example of something that's worked in other towns. I think part of the issue, I mean, your guess is probably as good as mine, but I think it's a matter of timing. I think fatigue is setting in. A lot of the donors in the town, people are hurting as it stretches out longer and longer. It gets harder to fundraise this kind of thing, and that's why it's even more important in times like this for the town to step up and be willing to step in and help out people where we can. So I'm happy to support that. In terms of the funding for the chamber itself, I'm happy to support that as well. I just want to point out that there's other organizations that are in this similar situation where it's difficult to fundraise now. No one's having events, no one's doing that. And specifically, I want to mention the ADBA is a similar situation where they also aren't able to have their events or aren't able to raise funds. And when we previously did a set of nonprofit grants, they weren't included because we directed that towards PPE and towards other direct relief efforts. So I hope that's something that just to consider. I'm happy to support this. I think we need to support more people in a similar vein. So
appreciate that.
All right. Any other comments?
Just for me, we've talked a lot about supporting business in this moment, and supporting the chamber. It does support business, and it does support business supports people. And so I just hope that we get some more funding that trickles down that should be, and then maybe there's other things that we can do to support people as the other levels of government are getting money down to us.
Absolutely. Well, thank you all so much. And, if there's ideas as time goes that we can help at the chamber, let us know. I mean, we're here for all people. I mean, we want to continue to make a difference in our community, whether you're a member or not, especially during this time. So
That's a great initiative.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Shannon.
Appreciate it.
Any other comments for council?
Mayor, if I could have one more question for the town manager or the assistant town manager, Drew. Have we heard any more from the county about the potential for reimbursement to the town for expenses like this, where we're providing for COVID relief, or is that ship kind of sailed? Do we have any details? Something that's come up on occasion, I think might be relevant.
Purvis has the most recent information.
Mr. Mahaffey, Council, we received late Friday, so pretty much yesterday morning, we received guidance from the county for an application process to receive reimbursement for certain qualifying expenses related to COVID. So we're going through that policy right now, trying to see, because we can't overlap with anything we've already received, anything that goes with FEMA, and then there's even a certain percentage that has to come down, and some of the expenses are not allowed to be reimbursed. So we're going through that right now, trying to figure out what we can apply for. So we can apply for funding. What that amount is, we're still trying to determine, and we have till July 24th to submit that first reimbursement application. That covers from March through June 30th, and then they'll take a second round that'll cut in November that'll cover from July 1st to the rest of the year. So at this point, we're trying to draw the numbers together.
So I guess the $1 million question or the $20,000 question is there any chance that this action here might be covered by that program, or is it just not?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Specific statement in that I did read today in their policy guidelines that no contributions by the towns to nonprofits or business loan programs are not covered, or the county's not covering. So this is a policy and guidance that the county has set for those funds.
More for like our overtime or hazard pay and EOC
pay,
operation?
Direct health, costs for health, that sort of thing. They're not going to cover, actually the only pay they will cover is the hazard pay. They're not going to cover the emergency care pay and things like that that were mandated. So nothing of that. And they're even with the emergency pay, they're only going to adhere to their policy. So it's only as of April 16th, which is when they put their policy in place. So any hazard pay before that is not covered, and their policy was only 5%, was a 5% pay policy, $3 per hour, which is clearly more than 5% in most cases, not in all cases, but in a lot of cases. So they'll cover up to 5%. So we've got to work our numbers and back it up. We won't be able to easily submit our normal records. We'll have to modify them to fit within those parameters. So we're working on that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion? All right, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no? Okay, that passed unanimously.
No, just for Ms. Flaherty, so if you and Sean can work with one another, if we get the paperwork in order tomorrow morning, we can have a check to you by Friday.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Havens.
Thank you. All right.
That's great.
Face of town government.
That's right.
Well done. All right, new business 3, possible motion to approve resolution recognizing June as LGBTQIA month. Councilmember Killingsworth.
Thank you. So I was asked by Mayor Gilbert to explain the background of the Pride Month resolution, the Love and Unity Proclamation, and I agree. I think it's a good idea. So about 2 to 3 weeks before our last town council meeting, I asked Mayor Gilbert whether he would be willing and okay to present a Pride Month proclamation. He asked me to send him something to let him take a look at it. I sent it and didn't hear back for a while, so I contacted him again, and he said he would look over it and get it back to me. We had a conversation not too long after that in which our mayor said he couldn't support it in its current form, and I asked him if he would like to make edits in something that was acceptable. He said he would look at it again to see what could be done. I received an email back the day before the last meeting with the Love and Unity Proclamation. It looked nothing like what I originally submitted, and I was surprised, but I read it and I agreed with the idea of love and unity, acceptance of all people, and I sent back an email and said that it looked good. And it did. However, here is where I messed up. I didn't speak up about what additional thoughts I had about it. I didn't say that as a member of the LGBTQIA community, I didn't feel centered in the proclamation. I didn't say that I didn't think it was a substitute for the Pride Proclamation. And in not speaking up at the time, I didn't give Mayor Gilbert the opportunity to withdraw or if he wished to adjust the proclamation. And for that, I apologize. In not speaking up, we have received emails regarding this proclamation. Some respectful, some not. If I had to do it over again, I would have spoken up, and in doing so, given us more time to work together and collaborate on that. I've realized this about myself over the past year. I'm not a process person, and it is one of my weaknesses. I'm a just do it person, and in doing that, it caused problems, and I apologize. I think it's important when bringing forward resolutions that we know why. Many of these names that I'm going to speak about are left out of our history classes, but it's important that we honor them. Marsha P. Johnson was 25 and a Black transgender woman who helped start the resistance of the Stonewall riots to prevent the beating of fellow gay and transgender people. She co-founded an organization that helped young, homeless transgender women of color. Ruth Ellis, born in 1899 and a daughter of slaves, came out at 16 years old as a lesbian. She moved to Detroit in 1937 and became the first woman in Michigan to run her own printing business. At 70 years old, she became an activist all across the country, giving speeches for gay and lesbian rights, and at 100 years old, led the San Francisco Dyke March. A shelter was named in her honor in Detroit for homeless and at-risk LGBTQ youth. Barbara Giddings, a white lesbian activist, organized the first protest in front of the White House and led the effort to remove homosexuality from the American Psychiatric Association's list of mental disorders. Harvey Milk was the first openly gay person elected to public office in 1977. Audre Lorde, an openly lesbian woman that gave us a plethora of beautifully written works of art that covered civil rights, sexuality, and battling with breast cancer. Bayard Rustin, an openly gay man and close advisor to Martin Luther King Jr. and key organizer of the 1963 March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. According to the FBI, 1 in 5 hate crimes in the U.S. are motivated by an anti-LGBTQ bias. Julie Berman, Kevin Bacon, Malaysia Booker, Johanna Medina Leon, Kiki Fantroy, B. Love Slater, Nikki Kuhnhausen, Dustin Parker, and Tony McDade, all part of the American LGBTQIA community and dead just this year. An additional 2 Black transgender women were killed just this week. According to the Human Rights Campaign in the U.S., there have been 14 violent deaths of transgender and gender nonconforming peoples this year. According to the National Center for Transgender Equality, 57% of transgender people were afraid to go to the police. And 58% of people that interacted with authorities reported harassment, abuse, or other mistreatment. Let's briefly talk about LGBTQ youth. The youth that are homeless represent somewhere between 11 and 40% of the youth homeless population. Can you guess why they're homeless? The incarceration rates are also very high. Around 300,000 gay, trans, and gender nonconforming youth are arrested or detained yearly because they are blamed for the harassment they receive. They make up 13 to 15% of the juvenile incarceration system. We asked for a Pride Month resolution because just because people can marry legally does not make struggles for the LGBTQIA community disappear. We are still being killed, still being discriminated against in many areas, still being declared less than, many times by our own families. To recognize Pride Month is to not forget where we've been, where we are, and where we still need to go. It is to take pride in the truth of ourselves. So the resolution, I'm going to go ahead and read that. Resolution recognizing June 2020 as LGBTQIA Pride Month. Whereas individuals who identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, or asexual celebrate Pride Month or LGBTQIA Pride Month, and it is celebrated nationwide each year in the month of June. And whereas this month was chosen to commemorate the events that took place 51 years ago at the Stonewall Inn in Manhattan, New York, on June 28, 1969, and is often viewed as the beginning of the modern LGBTQIA rights movement. And whereas it is important during this month to take the time to reflect on the LGBTQIA rights movement, and whereas LGBTQIA people in the United States, the state of North Carolina, and the town of Apex have made and continue to make vital contributions to the world via art, expression, science, technology, economics, equality, and many other ways. And whereas LGBTQIA Americans have achieved significant milestones ensuring that future generations of people in the United States will enjoy a more equal and just society. And whereas despite extraordinary progress, LGBTQIA Americans still face discrimination simply for being who they are. And whereas the state of North Carolina and the town of Apex stand with the LGBTQIA community in the struggle to ensure equal treatment for all, and to advocate for LGBTQIA rights as human rights. And whereas the town of Apex will continue to advocate for protections for all LGBTQIA individuals, to make our town a place where all people, regardless of their sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, are treated with dignity and respect. And whereas the town of Apex proclaims June 2020 as LGBTQIA Pride Month to recognize the contributions and struggles of a people that identify as such. Now therefore let it be resolved that the town of Apex recognizes June 2020 as LGBTQIA Pride Month.
Thank you.
Sorry, that was long-winded.
Yeah, it was a lot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for presenting that.
Sure.
All right.
So I would like to make a motion to approve this resolution.
Okay.
All right.
All right. We got a motion, Councilmember Killingsworth, second by Councilmember Mahaffey. All right, discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Killingsworth, for bringing this. It's so important that we name the marginalized in our community and beyond, with the LGBTQI community being one of many marginalized groups. So thank you for bringing that. I was going to quote some statistics, but no need. You covered it, so thank you for that.
All right, any other discussion?
I appreciate the whole, going back to the history of between Pride Month last year, Love and Unity this year, and doing this today, so everyone can understand sort of the path that got us here this evening, and for the naming. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Anybody else? All right, I do want to add one thing. I really appreciate the apology, but not necessary. I think that's how things go sometimes. It's just a misunderstanding, and we will continue to work together for the future, and we will get it right. So I want you to know that up front. So I just want this to be a unity and love for the council, and we'll pour that out in the community. So we will make it work in the future, okay? All right, so any other discussion? All right, I'll take a vote. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. All right, that passes unanimously. And you can clap your hands. Okay, now going to closed session. Do I need to read all this out again, ma'am?
I think it's okay.
Okay.
You've done it all before.
All right. We'll now move to closed session. Okay.
We need a motion.
Motion and a vote to go in.
Okay, that's exactly right. All right, motion to go into closed session on these two.
Second.
All right.
I think if it's.
All right, Councilmember Gant, second by Councilmember Mahaffey. All right.
He was the original.
All right. Discussion, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, no. All right, passed unanimously. We move to closed session.
I know, I haven't
Yeah,
seen
it's a while.
you forever. How are you? We missed you guys too.
Yeah.
How are you both resting?
Yeah,
Sorry, too.
Yeah.
I know. I hope so. The longest
We would have to set that up sometime. Make that work, yeah. Thank you. Appreciate you. Good to see you.
Oh, you're gonna cost money.
For closed session, are we going?
So closed session, we're gonna go up to 3A.
Okay.
Okay.
And then we are gonna come back down here to adjourn the meeting.
Oh. Merry Christmas, whatever that means, yeah.
But half the people don't attend the meeting. I don't know about.
You, madam.
Is it hit or miss?
No, I talk about sunrise.
Oh, the sunrise, because you're live, yeah. It's a weird time.
No, because
I know, Graham has,
Y'all need a
Graham
snack
has,
service.
I know, well, when
Some
our
of the governor.
lovely clerk is,
That ain't the
well,
order.
tonight
is buy one, get one at Romeo's.
So,
they'll be closed by the time we.
Oh, Romeo's will be.
Yes.
You know, we're still on.
yeah, well, thank you. Claiborne's
So just,
around
you know,
anything
so
around her job.
She obviously is.
She's my social media guru. Yeah, good to see it.
From the March.
Ooh, I like
back
that.
from my ring, thank you.
Cute.
I bought my real shoes, I was like, forget it. But from the March, your raising, so the fire department got to me, but the police department has yet to get me the police umbrella that I left at the chamber on December the 5th or whatever, the Christmas on Salem Street. Your dad says it is you.
Do we have it?
I left it there because.
What did it look like?
It's a black and white. We go.
All right, we'll look. It might be in the back.
I know, because John says she has it. She has it.
Okay.
Labor has it. Meanwhile,
So look, all this stuff been going on.
Thank you so much.
Your son and I.
Oh, you know what?
That has been on my mind this week, and then I thought, and I really didn't think it had anything to do with that, but then I thought to myself, but then I was like, I spoke up.
here.
I thought you were heading out.
Yeah, we've been told to leave the live stream on.
Oh.
So the council is out of the room.
Gotcha.
Hung on and off for a little bit.
Yeah. I don't think there's any, no, any follow-up. Lori?
No. No items.
Oh, then you gotta clear yourself back in open session and then.
Y'all, my bag is too heavy. I'm not doing that.
All right, we're back in session and no further business, so we'll adjourn the meeting. All right, thank y'all.
Bye. Peace out, everybody.
Bang that gavel. No, you don't have the gavel out. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Sorry to have you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It's still live, isn't it? Sir? Is it still on? Yeah.